What's up, guys? Great to see you. I'm chilling out in space tonight with Michelle J.
COSPER.
And we are playing a little bit of wsop.com. I'm actually feeling a little bit sick tonight. Which means that even though I want it to be a short stream, it's probably going to be a really long stream.
You always say that, Dad.
And we're probably going to be making a final table.
Probably. Dutch is very, very sick today, but I force him to work on the Twitch. No, you've been doing good, though. Dutch played the Deep Stack event over at the Venetian, and he got 25th, I believe, right? Not
23rd.
23rd. 23rd is better than 25th, so there you go.
Yep. Not as good as 22nd. Actually, it would pay the same as 22nd. There was no money difference between 23rd and 17th. All those spots paid the same, but it was just getting to the point where it was pretty substantial for every elimination. What do you guys think? Lovely low firing out half pot into a king 9-6 board.
Oh, I was busy.
Maybe we're supposed to make.
I was busy watching this other hand on your stream here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on.
I feel like Queens is not ahead, but maybe Lovely Low was betting like a 9 or a club draw or something. Okay, so Lovely Low was on pretty weird semi-bluff. Betting there with a gut shot straight draw against two opponents. He got me to lay down the best hand, but Bobby McClaw had me beat, so yeah, I'm feeling sick, you guys. I started feeling sick on Friday. I had to play through it yesterday. Yesterday kind of was a rough tournament. I misplayed a couple of pretty key hands against Thayer Rasmussen.
Was it because you were thinking of me?
I was, yeah. I was thinking, what would Exmois do? And then I did the opposite.
Exactly. So explain now. What you thought you played some hands wrong against there?
I just explained it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You just did. But are you going to explain the hands?
Nope.
Nope.
Nope. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to relive the. I don't want to relive the pain.
Oh, you were just stating it.
I was just saying that Thayer Rasmussen got the better of me.
Oh.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit, guys.
Do you know what?
There we go.
What happened? What just happened?
Flying a little bit closer to the camera here in space.
Me?
Nope.
What?
Don't worry about it.
What'd you do?
About it. I just zoomed my camera in.
Why?
Because it was too far away.
Oh.
I wonder who won that anyway. I'm going to guess that Thayer Rasmussen got in the top 5, and I think Paul Liu probably got there as well. Ben Palmer looked like he was playing pretty good. Let me take a look. We've got Twitter, Venetian Poker.
Did you already sign in your tournament here?
Yeah, I'm in the 2K.
Oh.
In other news, Phil Hellmuth mentioned me in a tweet today.
Reminiscing
About a hand that we were in together where we kind of got coolered. Both of us had over pairs against a set of jacks. I had queens. Hellmuth had kings.
Oh, you both got. I didn't really read the whole thing there. I just read I just stopped at smooth call and I was like, oh, cool.
Yeah, kind of sucked.
Did you want to go through over the hand on the stream? Oh wow.
Sorrel Mitzi won it. Nice job, Sorrel. Thayer
Rasmussen
wow. Got second. Mike Delvecchio got 4th.
Oh, cool.
Looks like Paul Liu didn't even make the final table. Jeez, buddy. He had a lot of chips. Well, nice job, Sorrel. Nice job. Pretty fun winner's picture there. You want to see it? You guys want to see the winner's picture? I'm going to show the winner's picture. Fun winner's picture. He's got his brother there in the background.
Weird. That's weird.
Nice win, champ. He's really good. Thayer Rasmussen getting second to him. I wonder if they put together a deal or something. I should text him. Congrats on the win. This is the difference.
Make sure you add a little salty emote onto it. You did look pretty far. Wow. Why do you look so far away on yours, Dutch?
I'm not sure.
The camera had a problem focusing in, too. You look small. I look big. Did you fix it? Did you fix it then?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Oh, Butters is on the table with you. Are you texting right now?
Yeah.
So rude, Dutch. So rude. Hey, Potential. Good to see you.
Poker Potential's with us. It's good to see you, man. He made it pretty deep in the event yesterday as well. He got coolered. A couple of coin flips not going your way. Sorry to hear it, bud.
Oh, it sucks. Hey, DeGoul says, I've watched a lot of poker on Twitch in the past 3.5 years, and I guarantee Dutch would never fold the Stone Cold nuts like Kevin Martin just did. Is that what just happened? Did he fold the nuts?
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't watching.
Oh, is he streaming right now?
Maybe.
I'm sure it wasn't the nuts.
It probably was.
No.
I bet he did. I bet he did. Let me tell you something,
nice
though, guys.
guy.
You know what? There's been a few times when I like walked into the other room for a second and came back and saw my aces get mugged. It's happened before.
No.
I can't remember a time when I've ever just like misclicked and folded the.
Sometimes
Stone
when you're stalling with your bank, you can miss it. Like when you're trying to like think or talk.
Yeah, I guess so.
Or misclick.
You know what? I'm sure Kevin Martin had his reasons.
It wasn't lucky.
That's
obviously.
rough.
Hey, Vice.
It's rough, buddy.
Good to see ya. I like these little emotes.
I just cleared my chat.
Did you?
Yeah.
On accident? I see the chat still.
I know that you can see it. I can't see it anymore. I'm starting fresh.
You okay?
I was like, okay, I'm gonna pop this out and say hello to everybody, and now.
Oh yeah, when you popped out, when you pop it out, just clear it.
I feel like that's I feel like that's a flaw.
You can just go back, just put it back, unpop it.
If I unpop it, will it show what it was showing?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't think so. Oh yeah, look, it does.
See?
Okay, well there you are.
Where's my pop at?
So let's take a look here. Gigi Donk TV, good to see you, says, love your CNN fake news tweets. So I never said CNN was fake news. CNN is not fake news. CNN is clickbait. CNN has quickly turned into a site that I don't like going to anymore because it tricks me into clicking headline stories on their front page. One of the headlines yesterday was, Michelle, it was, are reporters ignoring this big problem? Question mark. That was the headline, and I was like, "Well, what are reporters, ignoring?" And I clicked it, and it was just some guy talking about how reporters aren't talking about Donald Trump's mental health, and how he thinks that Donald Trump has a mental illness, and reporters aren't talking about it.
I think there's better things to talk about, honestly, and then the time has come and gone to talk about his mental
Well, whether it's
issues.
a good thing to talk about or not, I would just like to point out that the headline should have read, are reporters not talking about Trump's mental health? Why do they have to say, why do they have to basically trick me by saying, well, what could it be? Click here to find out. It's clickbait. And CNN keeps on doing that to me, and it's really irritating.
Well, what irritates me about CNN is that when you scroll to the bottom of the page, there's some weird, nonsensical ads.
Yeah.
About a really gross picture of a toe, and it's like, you could have this disease, or this is the cure. This is the cure for weight loss, and it's some gross picture of something. And I feel like any websites that have those kind of adverts, like belly, lose your belly fat, all those, I feel like that, I mean, that's not even quality. That's just like horrible ads. I mean, there's good ads to put on your website. There's local businesses. Google has a way of like searching, like getting your data and knowing what you like. I mean, I get Amazon ads that are catered to me.
And for me on CNN, it's just all porn ads.
Do you?
Yeah. No. No, I don't. I was just joking.
I get, it's once in a while.
Paid partner
not really that
content,
much.
mortgage rates, save on hotels around the world. I have my ad block on CNN, so I'm not really seeing what they're saying. But just to demonstrate this point, I want to show the CNN website really quick. Okay.
Or are your
Look
alerts on?
I don't know. Oh no, they aren't.
Oh no.
I'll turn them on here in a second.
Ace is up. We missed his resub, Dutch.
Shoot, man, I'm sorry, Logan. I'll pop it back on here in a second. But I want to just point this out. Look at this headline on CNN.
Okay.
The White House knew. That's
Knew
the
what?
headline.
What did
That's the
anything
headline.
new?
Well, I don't know. We're gonna have to click on
Stupid.
it. I mean, if you look at the picture, it's Flynn, and if you look at source, White House was warned in January. But this is a different link. Source: White House was warned in January about Flynn's call with Russia and potential for blackmail. So the White House knew is the big headline on CNN right now. How clickbaity is that? You're like, well, what did they know? I better click to find out.
They put themselves in a
Flynn.
situation where there's like a weird dialogue between CNN and the White House now. I mean, it's like this weird battleground. It's like weird.
So there's like a lot
But I
of
don't
these
believe
stories
I
are
don't
turning
believe
into
anything.
that kind of clickbait where, they set up like they're setting up a cliffhanger for before a commercial
don't you
break.
think the reason why they're doing that is because it was so successful with like Breitbart?
And then you got these like, don't miss these, injured toddler reunites with family. Come on.
Well, we have a lot of it in news. I mean,
Playboy nude photos are back. This is CNN, man. It's just like if you
they're
look.
trying to get they're trying to get people to look at their stuff, and
It's
that's
turning
what
into
people
like a
are looking at it.
BuzzFeed or like an E or like a TMZ, and it's not fake news. It's still a reliable news source, and more people are watching CNN than Young Turks, despite what Cenk Unger is saying. Like they've broken some stories in the past, but. And I certainly think that it's not fake news in the same way that Breitbart is fake news. I don't think that CNN is has such a liberal bias to even compare to the conservative bias that like Fox News has. But it's just for years and years, like a decade, every time I wanted to get a news fix in, I type CNN in my browser. The point where if I type C in my browser, it just fills in CNN.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to train myself to not do that anymore.
Really? Is that where you go for your news? That's interesting.
That's where I go. That's where I've been going
not where I
for
go.
the last decade.
I don't go there.
I know
at
you
all.
don't go there. Where do you go, Michelle?
I go to the
Breitbart.
Reddit front page news, and then I scroll through R. Donald, and I scroll through politics, and I scroll through the news. So I knew about Milo before Milo knew about. I mean, for everybody else, I think, because I told Dutch about Milo. Remember, I go, this guy's important. This guy is gonna make people. He has a way with words. He's going to make people believe what he's talking about.
This guy's going to blow up. I remember you saying that this guy is going to be huge.
Yeah, and he is not a good person. And Joe Rogan called him out, and Joe Rogan did a really good interview about him and called him out on his stuff.
I remember the first time I heard about Milo Yiannopoulos was from you.
Yeah, I told you.
And
this guy's going to blow up.
I'm pretty sure it was before his editor gig at Breitbart.
No, he's been there since Gamersgate. He's the one that started Gamersgate.
Okay.
No, he's been around for a while, I guess. I don't really know. He's a troll. That's all he is. He's a troll. And he works for Breitbart.
So
he's just basically a machine that went around. He's kind of like when we play that political game, and you hire that guy, the spinner. You hire the spinner, and the spinner goes around, and he has these shows that say that it's and he's very articulate. I really had honestly, I was really disappointed because I really had hope for him as a speaker, because I thought maybe he is going to be like the next big talker, and then I actually listened to some of his speech, and they're contradictory. They just don't make sense. They don't make sense. It really made me sad, because he has a lot to say. Like, he's very smart and articulate, but he doesn't say anything. He's just the person that has quick wits, and he's mean, and he's just a mean-spirited person, and it's just unfortunate that he's wasting his talent on like perpetuating, I guess, spinning. I guess I'm sure he gets paid well, so I guess it's not a waste if you look at it that way.
So, where you should get your news? Primary sources. When I want to know about Flynn, I call up General Flynn.
June gives me the news.
What's this I hear, General? What's this I hear about your ties to Russia? Primary sources.
I call my dad. He's retired.
Primary sources, or it's not real news.
Well, that's why that's the thing, though, Dutch, is that you say primary sources, and Donald Trump is the president, so you would think that he would be a source, but unfortunately, he's not the source, and he is delusional on some of the things that he says, unfortunately.
Yeah. Captain Wesker, good to see you, by the way. So Captain Wesker goes out to Haiti regularly.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Go and teach some classes, technology classes.
Oh, that's sweet.
Which is kind of cool. He was showing me some pictures. It's definitely a different world. It's very close to the States. But as far as location goes, yeah. Like,
were you surprised about how close it was, or did you look it up?
No, I've known that for a while.
I didn't know that. How close are, like, what's the closest state to them?
Florida.
Oh, it's right there.
It might be Texas. Texas might be a little closer.
Okay, so it is pretty close.
But everything down there is is much different. It's very corrupt out there. People have to, like, if people put like antennas and stuff on their roofs, they get stolen.
Antennas, not antennas.
Antennas?
However you said it was wrong.
Did I say it wrong? Antennas?
I don't know. It was like weird. Don't ever say that word again.
By the way, we got Coonsy resubscribing. We got Mike Diamond with the sub.
Yay!
Thank you guys. I've got the alerts up, and I can rerun some alerts.
You should.
But you know what? I'm not saying Ace is Up alert to rerun. I don't know why Ace is Up. It's just not here.
It was probably in between us restarting.
Well, it should still be on Streamlabs, because Streamlabs is just like always monitoring.
Refresh Aces Up.
I'm trying. I'm like, it's not his fault. But I can repeat Mike Diamond's.
Well.
Mike Diamond, you're awesome, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. One of my friends in blue.
I don't know.
Good to see you, man.
It's hard to. It's just really we're living in a complicated time right now. It's going to be interesting to the next few years to see what
the next 8 years are going to be pretty interesting.
The next 2 years are going to be pretty interesting.
Oh my gosh! I'll tell you what was pretty funny was watching Al Franken on Bill Maher. Okay. So he appeared on Bill Maher on Friday, and oh man, it was funny. He really has a gift for words. There was one point where Bill Maher was talking impeachment, and Al looks at Bill. He's like, "I mean, Bill, what can I say? The Republicans are in charge. So we're months away." I was like, he's like, so I mean, it's gonna be. We're months away from that. I thought it was pretty funny. And potentially, yeah, you know what? I wanted to make the board games, but I was feeling sick. I had the flu yesterday. I still have it. I feel like I'm getting pretty, like dangerously close to a little bit of pneumonia. So I didn't want to bring the sick over to the party. It looked like a fun party though. They did all the Back to the Futures. They were watching all the Back to the Futures and playing board games. And it looked awesome. And I think John Turner was there. I've been wanting to hang out with him for a long time. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Rinclaw says AOL does the same thing. So here's what I've been trying to do, Ringclaw. So I'm trying to train myself to for my news fix, go to the Washington Post and the New York Times, and I've got my browser now. So if I type in new, it goes to New York Times.
Do you think New York Times is better then?
Yeah.
Isn't that fake too, as according to our president?
The New York Times and the
according to
Washington
our
Post
dictator,
are old school journalists, groups who take it very seriously and break a lot of stories. I mean, if you look at all the stories that the Washington Post has broken in the last, in the last 3 decades, this is where
the Guardian's still good, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what's also really good is BBC. Because BBC actually isn't owned by any sort of corporation. It's publicly funded, and they're supposed to have the public good, like,
interest
centered.
How
Like,
about NPR? Is NPR good?
NPR is definitely more a little leftist. It's a little liberal, and they rely on
funding.
They rely on
like
donations, viewer donations. So it's kind of a feedback loop where they produce more liberal content, more liberals listen, more liberals donate. So they have to kind of cater to their audience, which is getting further and further to the left.
Do you think that's the same with Alex Jones? Because Gigi Donk asks, "What do we think about Alex Jones?" Do you think that's what he just started doing? Conspiracy after conspiracy until he had an audience for it, because I remember him after 9/11, and he would just stand on the streets and just want answers about whatever, and it's blossomed to some lizard, Satan, alien, insane.
It's gotten pretty weird.
Oil wearing stuff.
So this is the guy that made the Open with 10 high. So with top pair, I'm going to go ahead and assume that we're good here. Yeah, Alex Jones has gotten pretty weird. And I think that it is the same thing as NPR, where it's a feedback loop, where he gets funded by his viewers donate, and he basically...
And he sells seeds, and he sells end of the world, zombie apocalyptical things.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same thing.
And I don't want to knock religion, but I mean, a lot of his viewers are probably religious, and they're looking for the end of the world type scenario.
I agree.
And because of that, he uses that kind of mentality to propagate. Oh, that's a good hand.
It was, I was a little worried about.
And did he raise?
No, he led into me, and I just called.
Okay.
I just called because 10-9, I'm worried about having kicker problems. I don't think that I can really get called with worse if I raise. But now that I see that he had an overpair, I think that he probably would have called with pocket jacks. I think that he probably would have. Okay. But I was feeling like, okay, the most likely hands for Lovely Low at this point are going to be a better 10, a busted flush draw, and a smaller set.
So you're thinking of that while you're thinking of Alex Jones at the same time?
Well, I wouldn't say that. That doesn't really take a lot of mental capacity anymore to put Lovely Low on a range.
I know. I can't watch that. I mean, and it's it sucks because I would like to give him a benefit of the doubt when I start listening to him, but I can't even listen to him for 15 minutes, and then because he's just insane. He's just he's so. What is the word I'm looking for?
When
he
gravelly, speaks with such a fervor. He's very
and an absolute.
He's overzealous.
It's overzealous.
I feel like he's very passionate about what he's saying, but what he says scares me.
I'm telling you, folks. I'm telling you. Satan is in the White House right now. I don't. He just
when he says stuff like that and he believes it, it kind of worries me.
And then he gets all red and he starts crying.
Yeah, it has little meltdowns.
That's really fucking crazy. Can you imagine Dutch melting down?
Can you imagine? I could see it happening. I could see it happening.
You should start crying every time.
Just getting really red and getting into just a fervor, and then just start tears streaming down my face when I get an aces cracked.
Honestly, when you ever do
they always do this to me. Always do this.
So I think what's funny is
I could do it.
What's funny though is that when you have your tech tilt at first, when you first started having it when we first started streaming, I really thought you were fucking trolling, dude.
Really?
Yeah, I really.
You
And then
felt like-
to this day, I still don't fucking. It's like, wow, dude, it's not that big of a deal, bro.
It is a big deal.
No, it's not.
It's such
but
a
you,
big deal.
You like, but
I get so
it gets
frustrated.
worse and worse and worse.
No, you don't. It's because my tools are breaking down. It's like you're there. You
So
show
you
up
need
at
to
the
just
job. You're ready to like start. Working on some. Working on some like building, and you get ready and your hammerhead just falls off.
No,
That's what it's like. It's what it's like. Or
but that's like every day,
Or like you pull out your nails and they're all just like bent. That's what it's like.
Oh, nails. Yeah, I guess. Well,
Speaking
Dutch,
of pocket aces, you guys ready to see the meltdown?
no, don't
We've
cry.
got 'em.
You should get some
We've got the pocket aces.
eye drops or something. Pretend you're crying when you get wrecked here.
So Renclaw, talking about Facebook timeline. My Facebook timeline is getting a lot better because what I've discovered is the unfollow.
Yeah,
so you
but
can
then
unfollow
you have
somebody.
Echo chamber, they say. That's when you start.
See, I'm okay with
having
that.
the echo chamber.
I'm okay with that.
People.
I don't need to. I don't need to let my friends with crazy opinions into my cave. I'm okay with an echo chamber. Wow, look at this: a raise, a re-raise, and let's re-raise it. I feel like Crook could have a really big hand here.
Do you guys all listen to Alex Jones?
See, Derrico's saying Jones has as many viewers and listeners now as CNN, and I just don't. I don't believe that. I don't.
Do you listen to it? Who listens to Alex Jones? Please say if you do on our stream.
This is what I think. I think that if you go to his YouTube channel and look at all the views that he has on YouTube, then he probably has more views than CNN's YouTube channel, but that doesn't mean anything. CNN is on every single airport monitor, every single TV out there, in every dentist's office, every gym. I don't see Alex Jones when I go work out. And those views aren't getting counted. Okay. We'll go ahead and get the rest of it in there. He's got the 4-2. Oh my gosh, look at him. Oh, okay, it's going to be a meltdown. You guys ready? The aces get cracked.
Oh my
4-2
God.
suited. Really?
See, you manifested your destiny.
Oh
that
gosh.
sucks, Crook. Crook, I can't believe you're in there with all that.
I'm like, wow.
No.
So he 3-bet, called my 4-bet, and then got the rest of it in with his flush draw, his 4-high flush draw.
You should make notes on Crook. I'm going to make notes. Can I make notes? Quick notes.
I don't need to really say too much about that.
WTF.
I do. I feel like pulling an Alex Jones.
What is he? 4 diamonds and 2? What was it? 4-2?
4-2 of diamonds. This is when I want to actually pop in.
A little note. OMG.
I'm gonna pop in a couple of emotes here.
Hey, Chris Angel. Is it Cry Angel? Chris.
Those are my cries.
Cries Angel.
It's Chris Angel.
It's Cries.
It's not Cries Angel.
It's Christ's Angel?
It's Chris Angel.
You sure it's Chris Angel?
It's good to see you, Chris Angel. Oh, man. Yeah, so just like I don't believe Alex Jones when he says, I have more viewers. I have more viewers.
Just like Chunk or Jank.
Just like Jank. I don't believe Jank Unger when he says he has Chunk. I don't believe Chunk Unger when he says he has more viewers.
Doesn't his name look like
CNN.
Chunk to you? When I look at it, I'm like, Chunk? Why is your name Chunk? I
Why
know
is
it's not
your name
Chunk,
Chunk?
though. I watch the Young Turks all the time.
I love the Young Turks.
Yeah, I do. I like them too, but they are biased too, and they're.
Let me tell you something I don't like about Young Turks. Okay, is they come off like they're like the pinnacle of journalism. Like they have the journalistic integrity. When's the last time they actually broke a story? All they do is report secondary sources.
Well,
all
no,
they do is.
But they just hired. They have hired people. They just started hiring people to go out there in the field, and they were out in the Dakota pipeline thing.
They were out there doing
so
that.
there's a lot of things that they're doing.
You're right.
I think it's harder. I mean, it's easy to be sitting here and criticizing them.
It's not like we're going out on the pavement asking people
we
for what do you think is worth reporting on. That's right.
We have some cool websites and we have dreams, but we're like, shit. Do we really want to go out there?
We have dreams of breaking stories.
Yeah, we do. We do. One of these days.
Oh, I could break a story. I could break a poker story. I have some really juicy poker gossip, you guys. I want to break it. Oh, Oh, maybe I could ask Michelle if I could break it.
I don't even know what it is. Are you gonna whisper it to me?
Yeah, let me.
Oh my God, he's gonna break it to me. Don't make sure it's a whisper. What is it?
Can I break it?
You're such a gossip. Well,
it's pretty juicy. It's pretty
probably
juicy.
not.
It's something that is not going to make any.
Wait,
the
you
front
can
page
you can break it,
of
but not
Poker News.
you can't say who it is. So you have to kind of dance around it.
No, what's the point of
Because then-
breaking news if you don't say who it is?
Then I mean, yeah, it's probably not good. I don't think you should. I mean, that's like secondary source too, right? Or is that first?
It is primary source.
Is it?
Primary source. My sources at the Bellagio inform me. That is primary.
What you should do is like start an anonymous Twitter, and then go around asking for gossip and just twittering her out there.
Michelle doesn't want me to break the story,
No,
so I'm going to
I
go
don't
ahead and
think
keep my
so.
mouth shut about it. That's too bad.
I mean, it doesn't really serve you anything, dude. It's gossip, pure gossip.
No, it's not gossip. It's news.
But it's
poker news.
But it's like squeezing what is
And
it?
poker
lemon?
news is just
I guess
as
it's
bad
not.
as CNN these days. I look at poker news. You know what the headline on poker news is? Chris Turina biopiece. The Chris Turina biopiece about how he used to be an undercover cop and now he runs a tour. That's the headline
good.
news on poker news.
But that's good though.
There's
because
actual news going on in poker.
Well, but they want to tell stories too and things like that.
No, they just want to cater to advertisers. It's the same problem as all these other fake news sites.
So everybody's fake, but us. We are real guys.
No,
Please subscribe down
we're not.
below.
We're fake too. We cater to our audience. We cater to you guys, our super liberal audience. You guys aren't super liberal. You guys are awesome. All right.
He went full donkey there. You don't ever want to go full donkey, Dutch.
You never want to go full donkey.
You never want to go full donkey.
Don't you know? Don't you know you never go full donkey?
Just a little donk, not full donk. Trademark.
That's a good one for the highlight reel, though.
What?
Especially when we were just talking about pocket aces getting cracked, and then it gets cracked with literally the second worst hand you can have in poker.
Well, you can uptime it or whatever. We can highlight it.
I guess it was suited, so it's
Go
not
uptime.
really.
Go update or uptime or whatever.
Uptime?
Time up or what is it?
Uptime.
There you go.
31 minutes, 3 seconds.
And I'll write it in my new little journal of wonderful things that I want to do with my life, but it's all blank. My gold journal. I don't even know where I got this journal. It just was on my desk. It's weird.
Yeah, so however they're counting views, they're doing it wrong because there's no...
Yeah, guys, and I know they're doing it wrong for a fact because I stream Terraria and I uploaded it on YouTube and I have 7 views on it. And that all those 7 views are me.
Exactly.
So I know that, yeah, that shit's not legit.
See, when Cheng says we have 3 billion viewers on YouTube, but if that were real, that means half the world has seen a Young Turks episode, and that's just not the case. Half the world has not seen the Young Turks, but
my parents don't watch
significant
that.
percentage of the world have probably seen CNN at one
Yeah,
point or the
my
other.
parents, your parents watch it. My parents watch CNN. They don't freaking go to Young Turks.
No, they don't, and they don't get counted when they watch. So. Joe Rogan having Leah Remini on, that would be pretty interesting.
He did. It looks
We
like
started
he did.
watching that Leah Remini Scientology documentary series, which is...
It's hard to watch. Very heavy.
It is hard to watch.
Very heavy stuff.
It
Very
hurts
heavy.
me to watch it. having grown up Mormon, I feel like I can relate to a lot of the issues that she's going through with her leaving Scientology and now actually actively battling Scientology,
which is good for her. Like, I think that's really good that she's actively battling it, Leah.
I do too. Yeah, I think it takes a lot of courage for her
because
to do
I never knew like the structure they had implemented on it. Like I never knew about the little sailor uniforms, and I didn't know any of that. And I feel like my eyes have been open for what's that guy going on with that? It's just a really good documentary, but it's heavy. I think we only seen one episode, but it seems like it was a long. Maybe did we watch one or two? It was very long, very sad. We should finish it up. Actually, I'm gonna go follow her right now on Twitter because I don't think I follow her.
Ace is up. I'll try, bud. I'm gonna try to keep my pristine reputation intact.
What happened?
He says, "Don't do anything that might damage your rep."
Oh, he's just being funny.
I think he's talking about the poker news story. I can't say. Michelle's my publicist.
Yeah, I am actually. I yell at him a lot. Actually, you've gotten better.
Yeah,
I used to yell at him all the time. Not yell at him. Like I used to, try to tell him to be more tactful about his tweets and things like that.
We got Nightbot introducing y'all to something called Twitch Prime, which is pretty cool. You can sign up for a free 30-day trial of Amazon Prime and get Twitch Prime included, which gives you ad-free viewing, free games, free loot, and a free channel sub for you to use every month. You can sign up right now at the link right there in the stream. And you can use that free Twitch Prime sub to our stream. If you do, you get some stuff. You get a couple of these little fist bump patches that we send to all of the new subs. You also get a copy of my book, Poker Tilt, 280 pages of hard-earned poker wisdom for you to digest and enjoy.
Yeah, and we need to put the pressure on Dutch to write that other book.
Yeah, maybe.
We should at least do an audiobook. We should at least get the audiobook done on the other one.
Okay, making the fold.
Hey, RT Kabuto, good to see you. Well, I guess we were loud in the thing. On this thing there.
Maybe it was when I typed.
Oh, when you typed really loud?
Maybe.
Yeah. Dutch has a mechanical keyboard. Probably the keyboard, Dutch. You just gave it some more.
Well, I typed very gently.
No, I heard it from here, so no, you didn't. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. We should get one of those little...
Let's see a flop, guys. 6-4 offsuit.
Oh, we're limping.
On the button.
Okay, just
5 to 1, 5.5 to 1. Assuming Butters doesn't make a little squeeze play here.
Shove Butters.
Don't shove.
Shove Butters. Shove Butters with your ace rag. Oh, he's thinking about it. Aw, he's not even thinking about it. He's not even around.
It's a pretty good flop for 6-4 off.
Oh, wow. It is. Check. Uh-oh.
Okay, let's make the call. I don't really want to be pushing out other players here. The more who come in and make this call, the better for me. And yeah, that's all I need to really say about that. A 4 is good. Gives us some more outs, and hell, we might be ahead. If Lovely Low has something like a Jack 10 of hearts, now we're in pretty good shape. So let's get it all in there. let's get it in there. I could see Lovely Low with like a naked 8-9, a 9-10, overcards with a flush draw. I could see him with a 2 even. We could be ahead. If not, we have a lot of outs. Well, we faded the snap call. Take
Nice job.
Take with a pair of 4s. I'm fine with that.
It was me, Dutch. It wasn't you.
Okay.
I'm too loud.
Weird. They're talking about Joe Rogan on the stream, and then I'm on Twitter, and they're suggesting that I follow Joe Rogan along with Jesse Sylvia.
There's a book I
will
want to
follow
get.
Jesse Sylvia, but I'm not going to follow Joe Rogan.
You should. I don't think I follow him, though. Well, because some of his stuff is... I mean, actually, I've come around to listen to some of his stuff again.
Joe Rogan?
Yeah. For some... I went through a phase where I did... Oh, I am following him. That's good. I just... I forget what subject he was talking in particular about. And I just didn't like it. Probably drugs. He's like really into drugs. Well, talking about it. But I don't remember.
Michelle's not into drugs.
No, I mean...
She's the opposite of into drugs. She's out of drugs.
You know what? Actually, I had a dream I was on acid last night.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I had a dream I was spelunking.
Cool. Yeah, I just remembered it now a little bit. I was on acid.
So Rinclaw saying the structure is insane, you both should do it. I wonder what he's talking about. Are you talking about acid, Rinclaw?
No.
Are you saying that we should both do acid?
The structure's insane. Let's see what he's saying. Somebody was heads up. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, watching the Young Turks on election night, that was sad.
It was sad.
It
was funny though.
It was kind of funny because they went into the election night so smug.
We were streaming election night, weren't we?
I was with them, man. I was like, okay, we're gonna see history being made here. We went to the polls. We're gonna see our first female president tonight. You all ready to watch this with us? We're gonna see the huge smackdown that the Democrats are about to serve on the Republicans. Here we go, guys. And then as it became clearer and clearer that Trump won.
Well, I think that there was a delusion.
It completely shook. I think that it completely shook a lot of people's faith in their own perception of what's going on around them. Because I thought, and everyone on that Young Turks panel thought, that it was going to be a blowout. That we were going to see Clinton beat Trump harder than any other presidential candidate has won in recent memory. I think that we were expecting a blowout. And when that didn't happen, not only was I a little disappointed that the candidate that I voted for didn't win, I was also really disappointed in the fact that I couldn't really trust my own perception of what was going on around me. I thought the world was one way, and it turned out to be completely different. I thought that we could trust Nate Silver and his odds, and it turns out that we can't.
That's gambling for you.
Yeah, when it really reminded me of when I was 16 years old and actually started doing Google searches about my Mormon beliefs and realized that it was all a lie, and that's what it was like, because you have this certain worldview, and then just when it gets completely smashed, you're left holding nothing, and it's like you're drowning in quicksand.
Well,
you thought that you were on marble,
it's a little bit
and
much.
It turns into quicksand, and you're drowning. And then you get deported. Go back to the Philippines, Exmoor. We're going to build a wall. We're going to build a wall in the Pacific. Big wall in the Pacific Ocean so you can't come back on your inner tube.
Oh, my inner tube. I would have a yacht.
So this week, can we talk about that?
Yeah.
Oh man, this
Fine.
week I saw what was kind of a disappointing tweet exchange between Bill Perkins and Doug Polk, and I looked this up. So everyone's loving Bill Perkins right now, and you know he's streaming on Twitch now at Thirst Lounge. I subscribe to it. I want to see him do well. You know, I think that.
Did you subscribe, really?
Yeah, I'm subscribed.
When did you subscribe?
Last week.
Oh.
Last week.
Huh.
You know, he's got some good emotes, and I'm happy to have him as a part of the Twitch community. But he did say something to Doug Polk, which I thought was a little bit out of line. Until I did a little bit more research, and I realized, you know what, it's not really that big of a deal. So let me find it really quick.
Roll eyes.
And yeah, let's go ahead and 3-bet Lovely Low. So here's the exchange. Interesting. Lovely Low making the call. And gosh, you know, I still feel like we're ahead here. I feel like Lovely Low is sitting here with like a king 10. So I'm going to check call. Well, I was planning on check calling. Let's see if we can induce a big bluff here off of Lovely Low. I'm going to bet 840 and try to get Lovely Low to raise us. Instead, he just makes the call. He had pocket sixes, so we were not ahead. Didn't have as many outs. Here's the exchange between Bill Perkins and Doug Polk, which I thought was a little bit like, eh. There it is. So Bill Perkins asks Doug Polk. He says, I noticed you always say, what's up, guys? Doug Polk here. Does he always say that? I think he does. I think he always says that.
Yeah, but guys is like it's like a, you can say y'all. Howdy, y'all.
I just lost it. Hold on for a second.
Did you lost your thing?
Yeah, I was trying to move it into another. Okay, so there it is. I noticed you always say, what's up, guys? Doug Polk here. But women play poker too. Perhaps an intro change? Doug says, I think the term guys meaning people, but I didn't realize I might be offending 2.2% of my audience, which is pretty funny.
I call my girlfriend guys all the time. I mean, it's kind of sexist for him to assume that. I mean, really, if you really want to...
What's sexist?
Like, for him to imply that he doesn't mean the everybody.
Let's listen really quick. What's up? What's up, guys? Doug Polk here.
What's up, guys? Doug Polk here. Today we have a special presentation for you. What's up, guys? Doug Polk here.
Oh my gosh!
Him.
Oh my gosh! This is the best thing that I've ever seen Doug Polk put out. So he must have put this out. He put this out after Bill Perkins said
for
this
you,
to
Doug.
him.
You know what? I like Doug. Even though I'm part of the.
Gosh.
You can call me a guy if you want, Doug.
This is the best thing I've seen. So this is on Doug Polk's. This is Doug Polk's response to Bill Perkins. His YouTube response. Oh my God! How wonderful is this? Okay, so Bill Perkins says, Doug, I noticed you always say, "What's up, guys?" Doug Polk here, but women play poker too. Perhaps an intro change. Doug says, I think it just means people, but I didn't realize I might be offending 2.2% of my audience, which is about right.
Follow Doug.
It's about right. You know, you look around the channel, and we probably have a few more female viewers than Doug, just because we have Eximoa, who serves as a decoy.
I'm the wingman. Or no, I'm bait.
So Bill Perkins says, maybe if you think about growing your audience beyond traditional metrics, I could ride your yacht. Which I was like, that's a little cringy. Let's go to break, and I want to watch Doug Polk's response here.
What's up, guys? Doug Polk here. Today we have a special presentation for you. What's up, guys? Doug Polk here to make our community safer.
Oh, he's
I'm
not.
our
He didn't
DJ
tweet it.
back in
Tweeted
action.
that.
What's
Is that on his channel?
Guys, I'm here. Also, guys, make sure to subscribe to the channel. What's up, guys? I'm here. On that note, let's go ahead and roll the clip. What's up, guys? Doug Polk here. Welcome back to Poker Hands. Welcome back to Poker Hands. What's up, guys? Doug
You know, he's
Polk
pretty
here.
talented at making videos.
Nice to meet you.
Hello, sir.
What's up, guys? I'm here.
Poker Stars is actually rigged
What's up, guys? I'm here.
for his YouTube stupid videos.
On that note, on that note, on that note, having said that, on that note, on that note, on that note, having said that, on that note, on that note, on that note, having said that, on that note.
Okay, we have the point.
On that
Do you want to finish the whole
jump
thing?
into the action. What's up, guys? Doug Polk here. Welcome back to Poker Hands. Welcome back to Poker Hands. What's up, guys? Doug Polk here. Get on the pitch. Get off in 1 minute. Wait, what the fuck? What's up, guys? I'm here.
I am not good at poker, you know?
What's up, guys? I'm here.
I'm a losing player. On that rag. On that rag. Losing player.
Oh my god.
On that rag. On that rag. Losing player.
I'm just impressed by his like
On that rag.
his music skills, honestly. Can you make some
I
of
think
my
that's seriously serious.
Is he?
He does a lot of work
Doug Polk here.
I am such a big fan of
Oh,
poker. He's
okay,
a
it's
champion.
really good. Are we streaming or is just the?
I have these things
We're-
in my game
Huh? Oh, we are?
forever.
What's up, guys? I'm here.
Doug Polk, absolutely great guy.
What's up, guys? I'm here. Thank you for joining us today. I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you for that, Doug. Thank you so much for that, Doug. That really made my day. That really made my day. We're gonna be right back. Okay, guys, we are back. You guys see that yacht? See, that's the thing. I thought I really kind of felt like Bill Perkins' tweet was out of line until I just realized a yacht's just a fancy way of saying a boat. That's all it is. And look, you can go on eBay right now and pick up this yacht for $660. This Gulfstar yacht, 36 footer, for $660. So it doesn't seem to me like
Wait, how much?
$660. It doesn't seem to me like having a yacht is how you measure success. It turns out that just means boat. That just means a boat. This whole time I thought yacht was like
I think the point is that a boat is
a big deal.
You can waste your money on it.
I got friends with boats. You know, it turns out that if you want a yacht, you can get one right now, like right now, for less than the buy-in of a WSOP event. And we're not even talking about. We're talking about like the Colossus. You know,
what kind of yacht are you looking at? Can I have a link to this yacht?
I'm putting it on the stream right here. This 1971 Gulfstar yacht, $660.
Yeah, but that's not the kind of. Obviously, that's not the kind of yacht he's talking about.
Well,
next time he should have said luxury yacht.
Luxury yacht. Next time he should have said luxury yacht, but he didn't say luxury yacht. He just said, "Hey, Doug, maybe if you were better at growing your channel, then I'd be talking to you on your yacht." It's like
whatever. Well, he's just. I don't know.
Just trolling, bruh.
Well, you know, I mean,
it's like that doesn't really count as a troll. Trolls are said with love. Okay, here we go, Mr. Quinu, making the bet. I'm really thinking that we can just go ahead and make a raise here and probably take it. If not, it's all right. If Mr. Quinu even makes a re-raise, it's all right. We're in pretty good shape here with our 6 high. We've got all the outs.
You gonna win some yacht money?
Let's see. Can we buy a yacht if we win this? First place is $1,085. So we need to get second or better.
And you can get your
for us to go ahead and be able to buy a yacht.
Maybe we should. If you win this tournament, maybe you should buy a yacht.
Maybe, yeah.
And then we'll leave it at Lake Mead, and we'll take it out. We'll take crew members from the crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have a free roll.
Cruise.
We'll have a free roll.
we'll have a sub only free roll where the winner gets to go on a cruise with us in Lake Mead
and get to fish. We get to go pick some carp.
Best not eat the carp.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's perfect. Yeah, it's a sub only free roll. GG Donk TV, yes, I think that's probably a fair label to put on D-Negs. D-Negs is a sellout. Higher rake is better for all players, he says. That's the definition of a sellout. But the thing is, GG Donk TV, he's getting paid so much. So he's a sellout, but he's an expensive sellout. He's an expensive sellout. You know, I don't know exactly how much that PokerStars deal is. I've heard rumors, though, that it's over $10 million a year.
Do you saw that?
I've heard rumors that he's actually getting a percentage of the whole Canadian market. Like, he actually gets a big chunk of everybody in Canada who plays on PokerStars. Every single rake dollar that comes out of players in Canada, which turns into an 8-figure-a-year deal. So I don't really blame him that much for being a sellout. I think that I would probably sell out for less than 8 figures a year. If PokerStars came up to me and said, "Hey Dutch, we are going to give you $2 million a year to say that the rake is good for poker, and to say that you were wrong this whole time when you said that the rake is the worst thing that ever happened to poker. We want you to say that you were wrong, and we're willing to pay for that." And I'd be like, I don't know, $2 million? I don't know. Well, what's your price tag, Dutch? And I'd be like, maybe 2.5. It wouldn't. I can forgive Danny for selling out. I talked to Ryan LaPlante about this. Poker Potential, who might even still be in chat. Poker Potential says, I wouldn't sell out at any price. I would never. I was like, for $1 billion, and you're not going to go along with the rake structure that PokerStars comes out. $1 billion, and you're not going to say, hey, you know what? It's okay to go ahead and screw over all those Supernova elite players. He's like, not for any price. Dude, at some point, it becomes immoral not to sell out. At some point,
I
when you
don't
can
know.
take the money and
I mean,
solve world hunger for 10 years,
I mean, it's just a scenario.
It becomes immoral not to
It's
take
easy
the
to
money.
say. It's easy to say that you're not going to do it if it's not a real
That's right.
proposition.
That's right.
You know, I mean, do you think? Yeah. So I mean, I was going to say something, but
Wow, look at that. Wombat says the National Security Advisor just resigned.
I think that it was already announced. He said he was going to resign in April. I already read an article about it.
Is that right? This isn't
I
Flynn?
think so.
We're not talking about General Flynn
I don't
resigning?
remember his name. It could have been somebody else. It's an older. I mean, I don't remember. I mean, everything's so chaotic in the
Well,
administration right now.
Let's go to the New York Times and the Washington Post and see what they have to say
I
about
think he's
it.
leaving in April. If it's the same guy, like he just. I think he just doesn't like the way better a yacht than a pizza. It's funny.
All right. Fire out. Pot size bet. D-Shill, good to see you in the stream, man.
Warren Boss says, buy a pizza. Hey, dude, I would be so down to get a yacht, and put it like over at the Lake Mead Moorage, and then we can like restore it, and then from your poker wins, it would be kind of funny. But we'd have to pay a moorage on it, dude. I don't know how much a moorage would cost, and I don't know how much shipping would cost for a yacht. And I know nothing about boats, and I can't swim. But other than that, I think it's funny. What are you going to name the yacht, Dutch?
That's a good question.
Junebo 2.
Junebo 2. I don't know. What are you
Oh,
going to
look.
name your yacht? If I bought that $655 yacht, I think it would have a different name than if I bought like...
We can like
Yeah,
learn
a
to restore it
luxury
ourselves
super
though from
yacht.
YouTube videos, Dutch. We can like have our own little YouTube video channel about
Well-
us buying a yacht.
It looks like maybe like buying certain yachts and living on certain yachts is cheaper than living in a living in
never
a
live on a
rental in
boat.
Vegas.
I would never live on a boat. The moorage is like $150 depending on how big your boat is, I guess.
Wow, so Vice Chick now also saying Flynn just resigned.
Yeah. We just resigned. Let's see. Let me see. I don't know if it's the same guy that I was reading about. Let me look.
Breaking news, there it is, 8:07 p.m. on New York Times. Michael Flynn is said to have resigned as President Trump's national security advisor, facing accusations about his dealings with Russia.
Oh, wait. This is the new the guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's see if Washington Post has it yet.
Oh.
Not yet. New York Times
There's
has
another
it
guy.
before Washington Post.
I don't remember. It's so much craziness is going on.
Does Fox News have it before both of them?
Wait, is this one of the Trump guys?
No, Fox News doesn't have it yet.
So this
Nope, there it is. Breaking news on Fox News.
Wait.
National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. He's the General Flynn.
But is this the one that Trump put in?
Yeah,
So that's important to know, guys.
it's pretty important. All this stuff came out about him having like these big ties with Russia.
Okay, so I was reading about another guy resigning, the one before him, that Obama put in.
The Justice Department warned that Flynn could be vulnerable to Russian blackmail. What is going on? So, guys, if you want a good television recommendation, I recommend The Americans.
Wait, we need to talk to
Streaming on,
Seattle Pro. He's from Russia. He might know.
Is Seattle Pro?
Seattle Pro, are you here? No, he's not here.
Seattle.
We
Tell
need
us what's
you.
going on, man. We need your help figuring out what the Kremlin has on Flynn.
Wow.
The-
Okay, so
the Washington Post still doesn't have it yet.
okay, so I had it
But,
mixed up on some other person.
New York Times has it. Fox News has it. It looks like Fox News probably had it before Washington Post.
Oh wow. Dude, that really makes me feel like it's really shady.
Albina 2004. So Wrinkleoff says, for 8 figures, everyone in this chat would sell out 5 times over. Albino says, I'd sell out for air miles. I like that.
Nice. How much air miles do you have? Do you have an air miles card?
No, I don't.
Can you? Those are transferable?
I don't know. Vin Dallas says the yacht Bill has is worth $280,000.
Huh?
Maybe.
The what?
Probably. Yeah, I'm not doubting it.
Oh, I don't really
I'm
care.
not doubting it. But I definitely had a higher opinion of yachts before I actually went down the rabbit hole and realized that it's not a big deal.
It's just a boat.
It's just a boat. Just a boat. When I think yacht, I think like, one of those super yachts that like the Sultan of Brunei is like floating around on, that like Bill Gates has, where he's just like cruising the Pacific. I also learned, do you remember that movie that we watched? Oh man, look at Nani0713 making a 3-bet. We've got queens. And man, I just didn't come to fold queens, you guys. I didn't come to fold queens, and I'm not even going to just call. I'm going to go ahead and make the 4-bet here. We'll go ahead and put Nani0713 to the question. And if he's got one of those 2 hands that beat us, well, we're still in it. Faded the snap call from Nani. E. James 5, good to see you, man. Okay, so Ace King, we've dodged the flop, dodged the turn, dodged the river. So that's going to be a pretty critical flip. Kind of feel like we were getting a little bit nit rolled there by Nani.
Nice hand, Edge.
Thank you.
E. James misses us from Moscow. E. James, good to see you in chat. What kind of information do you have?
No, he says his missus is from Moscow.
That's what I just said.
I thought you said he misses us.
No, I said his missus is
From
from
Moscow.
Moscow. No, I said, what does she have? Open your ears, Dutch. This is some serious business.
Nyet.
Okay. Vice Chick has the deal. So this is about the sanctions when he said that that Obama was placed in December, told him they just needed to wait until Trump got into office. So that's the tie? Seems like a stupid tie.
That's not the tie.
That's what
All these newspapers are reporting that the Russians have some blackmail material on Flynn.
Oh.
That's what they're saying.
Is it fake, though?
I can't imagine that what it is that it was just a conversation in December about the sanctions that Obama put on him. Maybe. I feel like there's a lot more to this story. I mean, the headline from Washington Post is, Justice Department warned White House that Flynn could be vulnerable to Russian blackmail.
We need to know.
Are you vulnerable to Russian blackmail?
No.
I bet E. James is.
It might be.
Bet E. James 5 is.
Oh, gosh.
E. James
Spicer
5,
is
are
so
you
funny.
vulnerable to Russian blackmail?
Hello, Rob. And Holzing.
So, Wormboss 44 It says DNEG's had backers for many years. Anyone with big money can do big things. I'll tell you what, though, Worm Boss. This is where I actually am going to disagree with you pretty strongly. Is because one of the great things about poker is that you can't just go out and buy a bracelet. Now, maybe at one point you could have back in like the 80s when there were like 20 or 30 people playing. But at this point, every single bracelet is pretty hotly contested. And it's not an easy feat to actually win one, let alone multiple ones. I believe Negreanu's at 6. I think his bracelet count is at 6 at this point. And most of those were won, I think most of those were won post Moneymaker. I don't think that you can really take anything away from Negreanu's accomplishments within the poker tournament scene. And, while we were talking about Bill Perkins, Dan Bilzerian's also coming up because they're pretty good friends. These are great examples of guys who cannot buy a bracelet. Bill Perkins has put in a lot of money into tournament entries. I don't think Dan Bilzerian has. His brother has, though. His brother has put in a hell of a lot of money into tournament entries. You don't see any Bilzerians next to on the bracelet count list. You don't see Bill Perkins on that bracelet count list. And honestly, Bill Perkins' best chance of winning one is that one drop.
When is he? Has he been playing for a long time?
I think
I don't
he's
even
been
know.
Playing for about 6 years.
Yeah,
he's
I don't
been
really
playing at the WSOP for about 6 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I'm sure that in his mind, if he just, spends all of his money playing every single WSOP bracelet event, that eventually he would luck-sack his way into one. That's not the way that the poker works. That's not the way that those tournaments work. There are plenty of people out there who could play every single bracelet event until they die, and they're never going to win one. You actually have to work on your game, and you have to be good, and you have to play really good that one day, and you have to run really good that one day. There's a lot of legit top pro poker players who are in your way, and the structures are too good for you just to be able to keep on throwing money at the problem and expect to get gold out. So you can't buy a bracelet, and that's one of my favorite things about poker is it's a pure meritocracy. It doesn't matter how much money you have, you can't buy a bracelet. They're not for sale unless you go to eBay and buy one of Tom McAvoy's old bracelets. It's still his, though. That's the funny thing. Whoever bought that bracelet, it's still Tom McAvoy's bracelet. They can wear it. They can be able to look. I have a World Series of Poker bracelet. Oh, whose is it? It's Tom McAvoy's. But yours. I own it. I mean, I'm in possession of it.
I let him have visitation every Saturday.
It's still Tom McAvoy's bracelet. It doesn't matter if you bought it or not. It doesn't matter how many times TJ Cloutier's bracelet hits up eBay. It's still TJ's bracelet. It's just the way it works. You can't buy one. You can buy someone else's, but you can't buy one for yourself. Wow, Vice Chick says, yeah, blackmail is true, probably including those. NSA has the phone call. Wow.
Ooh.
We've actually got a friend in the NSA. So we can go to a primary source. We can go to a primary source. We can hit him up and say, hey.
He's probably listening right now.
He might be listening right now. Tell us what Flynn did.
Email us.
Inquiring minds need to know.
Please email us.
Worm Boss says, DNEGS is vulnerable to Russian blackmail. It's probably true.
Nah.
You know what? I like Daniel. I've always liked
awesome.
Daniel. I've always looked up to him. I've always, really kind of had a little bit of hero worship when it comes to Daniel Negreanu. And every once in a while, I'll be reading a tweet from Daniel that will just really kind of make me smile, kind of warm my heart. The recent one where he talked about a dream about his dog.
Aww.
It was the sweetest little tweet. He tweeted out how he had the best dream last night, where he was hanging out with his dog Mushu, and Mushu could talk, and we were just hanging out, and he was so happy to see me, and he could talk to me.
I wonder what he's telling him.
And when I read that, I was thinking about June, and I was thinking about, one day June's not going to be around anymore, and I'm going to definitely miss her. And how wonderful would it be if when you get to heaven, it's just you and June can talk? That would actually probably get tiring after about 2 hours. Then I'd be like, man, June, I could kind of use some other company. She's like, sorry, Daddy, this is heaven. It's just you and me. Just you and me. Now let's go to the place. Let's go to the park. Can't say that. June will get all crazy. Yeah, after about like 2 days of just talking to a dog, I kind of feel like...
Well, I don't think June would be a talking dog. I think she would just ask for treats and to go outside.
If we go to Negreanu's heaven, June is going to be talking in a little English accent, and it's going to be darling.
Hello, in an English accent. Okay.
Well, I don't really see her in like a southern accent. She could like be in like a Kentucky accent or something. What's up, Mo?
I think I had a
Beverly
imagination.
Like, June, why are you talking like that? Because it's heaven.
I had an image of how her voice sounded. Remember how did she sound like? She sounds like Rihanna.
June, why are you talking like that? So Rob K says you'd have better odds in Euro, Asia, WSP events, smaller fields, slightly easier. Yeah, I agree with you, Rob K. That if you're going to try to give yourself the best chance of a bracelet, the best chance is going to be like going out to Australia the next time they have a WSOP event out there.
We were going to try to do it this year. Last year we were trying to do that.
Because they didn't have WSOP Europe events.
And we were very upset. Last year was the year I was going to go to Europe, but I couldn't.
I think the last time they had a WSOP Europe event was 2015.
Yeah, they didn't have it last year. They stopped. Well, hopefully they have the Australia.
WSP Australia. Do they have WSP World Series of Poker Asia Pacific? I don't think so. They had that 2014. I don't think that they're being held anymore. Rob K. I mean, I've heard something about international circuits, but those I'm pretty sure are ring events, not bracelet events. So I don't think that you can win a bracelet anymore unless you are... Wow, look at Vegas Bell making that weird min raise. Okay, we'll make the call. I don't think you can win a bracelet anymore unless you're in Vegas. Wombat3710 says, stupid question, how did you originally get into poker, and when did you realize you had serious skill? Serious skill.
I don't think you realized you had serious skill yet, right? You're still trying to find your seriousness.
I'm still trying to get serious about my skill. Poker is kind of weird as a profession. It's definitely something that I feel like I just kind of fell into. And I started playing, to support myself. As a primary way of supporting myself about 21. And I haven't really looked back. It's always been kind of one of those things that I don't really know what I want to do, so I'm just play poker until I figure it out. And then 2006, I finally won a bracelet, and that was a big turning moment for my poker career, because that definitely validated it. When I before that, anytime I would like meet somebody at a bar or meet some friends or something, and they'd be like, "Hey, Dutch, what do you do for a living?" I'm like, I play poker professionally." Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Yeah, my cousin does that. He counts cards. And I'm like, no, that's not... He's not serious. And people will be like, oh, yeah, you know what? One of my buddies at work used to do that. Now he just works with me at Lowe's. And I'm like, no, it's serious what I do. I've got serious skill.
Do you feel like the whole poker profession was validated only because it was on TV? Can you imagine if it wasn't on TV?
Yes, I think that.
I think you feel like I think
ESPN's coverage of the World Series of Poker is what validated poker as a valid endeavor. I think before that, people kind of looked down at poker players.
Like if they started the people that collect change with the money, what is it, a metal detector? Do you think if they start like covering that stuff, as a profession
Yes.
that it could be validated too.
Well, I don't think anyone looks down at metal collectors, right? And metal detector
but
collectors.
you know they're weird.
I agree.
Like when you see the guy at the park, this freaking thing with his metal detector, you're like, holy shit, dude! I feel like there's treasure here. Maybe we should get one too, because I feel like he's getting all the treasure because he's the only one.
He wouldn't be doing it unless he actually like pulled
Yeah,
treasure.
no,
right?
I've seen him a few times at the park, and I'm like, dude,
He's just covered in gold.
I feel like we should. I feel like we should be. Feel like we should just be like
gold bracelets,
looking before him. You know, I mean, just always looking on the ground.
If I ever do, oh, look at this, Vice Chick. Thank you so much. 3
Towards the
cheers
yacht.
towards the yacht.
Yes.
You're awesome. Thank you, Vice Chick. That's funny. I think if I would like to do a little short film about a guy walking the beach with a metal detector and he's just covered in bling.
I'm
just
talking
covered
about
in bling.
a profession.
A professional metal detector.
Yeah, and then we can validate it.
I think what you're talking about
by
is
putting
a
it on.
treasure hunter,
No. A metal detector
a
guy.
miner. You're talking
I
about.
guess it would
You're
be.
talking about a miner.
But
and a gold miner.
validating it as a professional, like that's a profession,
Yeah, if ESPN covered it, then I could see it becoming
a sport,
becoming a real thing.
an athlete. You can be
Before
considered an athlete.
ESPN's coverage of the World Series of Poker, people would lie to their girlfriend's parents about what they did for a living. They would call themselves day traders, hedge fund investors. They would call themselves accountants. They would call themselves, retired, when really what they were doing was spending all their time at the tables. But after ESPN, kind of elevated poker champions like Chris Moneymaker and
making
Greg Raymer,
making a story behind
and,
it, making their character, growing them as somebody watchable. Keep on going.
Yeah, once Chris Moneymaker and Greg Raymer got elevated to the status of sports icon, as athlete, then people were a lot more willing to, say, yes, I am a professional poker player. Vice Chick, look at this, 20 cheers for a ride. 10 cheers to have a crew, 20 cheers for a ride.
Yay!
Vice Chick, you're the best. Thank you so much for the.
If we ever get a yacht,
for the yacht fund,
we'll go.
And the yacht cheers.
We'll try to live. We'll try to survive. We can we'll get GoPros on the yacht and see if we can sail it. I can just see it we dying.
I still think that we should buy that $655 yacht on eBay and stream from the yacht and be like,
we got it.
Check it out. We made it, Bill. We made it.
We should tweet him.
Tweet at BP22. We
be
made it,
we're
buddy.
We're on the yacht. I'm on a boat. No, come on, dude. That's like the song. I'm on a boat, dude. It's exactly like that, right?
It's pretty much like that. Yeah.
It is, right? I'm on a boat. It's a great song. Bye.
Lonely Island. I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get muted, you guys. Yeah. But check it out. Lonely Island. Andy Sandberg. Pizza and beer. Vice
on
Chick.
The boat. We're going to get drunk on the boat.
Thank you very much for the cheers, Vice Chick.
Well, we can't drink on the boat. I've heard horror stories about people drinking on boats. I won't allow it.
Wormboss44 says Playboy is dead. Pound internet porn. Wormboss44, according to CNN, a CNN headline today, nudity is back at Playboy. That's the headline. God, it's fucking clickbait.
But isn't it, weren't they just doing articles for a while or something?
Breaking news. Michael Flynn resigns as National Security Advisor amidst scandal.
It was the whole card camera. Probably right. That's what elevated poker.
Look,
just like an X-ray machine.
The whole card camera made poker watchable. But ESPN was the platform that made poker, something to aspire to be, something to something that people wanted to do. It wasn't until I watched the WSP coverage on the, well, I guess it was Rounders really that made me want to get into it. But yes, it wouldn't have been possible without Harry Orenstein's invention of the whole card camera, the lipstick camera. Definitely brought poker to a different level.
And we can bring
metal
detection as a different level by putting cameras into the metal detectors so people would see the ground. Yeah. As the metal detectors went around. And loose cannon went out with a metal detector once. And it was really awkward when he ran into another guy with a metal detector.
I can just imagine, like, you look at each other, you lock eyes, and then you race to, like, the good spot. Just, like, mad race.
Yeah.
All through the park, looking at each
like,
other.
I could have... Oh, yeah.
imagine how upset you'd be if, like,
he was wearing all the
going,
shit,
like,
all the necklace,
you know, just, like, frantically
rings.
with your metal detector, and then he, like, stops, and he reaches down and, like, pulls
I would
up,
do
like,
it.
a diamond ring and just,
I
like,
would troll.
holds it to you.
If I was doing it, I would, like, have jewelry on me, and I would just troll him, like... I would totally do that. Totally.
I would love to see that. I would love to see that.
Be like, oh,
another
look,
diamond ring.
to add to the collection, and then get it, and I would have like a little baggie, little baggie purse. Tick.
So Wormboss44 says the WSP bracelets don't even sell for very much money. Yeah, I don't know how much they go for. I would guess that I mean,
Value of gold.
there's a lot of gold in there. You know, I think that just at spot price that it's going to be hard to
3K
find a
maybe?
bracelet for less than about $2,500.
Yeah, I would guess 3K.
Yeah, I think 3K, 4K. I think especially it depends on whose it is. It depends on provenance.
Depends on which
I
event
never thought
it
I was going to be able to use that word in a sentence, but I just used it.
Mayhaps if it was a Raz tournament compared to a no-limit tournament.
Mayhaps
on
if it
it.
was going to a charity, like Peter
maybe.
Eastgate's bracelet or Max's bracelet. Max Pescatori just auctioned off his bracelet for charity, which was really cool
that
of
is
him.
cool.
I guess he
How much did he get?
figured, you know, I have 4. I'll never wear 4. I'm going to get rid of my least favorite bracelet.
The lightest one. They're getting lighter every year.
Be like, I don't really deserve this one because I put a bad bead on Adam at the
I bet he
end.
misses it. I mean, it's like I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, I don't have one. I don't know how emotionally attached you are to yours.
I mean, I'd be sad if they were gone. You know, I'd be sad if
you?
I lost them, I guess.
Losing them is different than like selling them, though.
That's a good question. How emotionally attached am I to it? Like, it's like I said, it's like I'd never wear them.
You probably don't even know that I sold them a long time ago.
It wouldn't surprise me. It
They're
wouldn't
gone.
surprise me. The girl stole my bracelets. Sold them. I'm long on gold. Heavily invested in the price of gold.
Oh my God, there is a show called Diggers. They use metal detectors to find stuff.
No.
It's just 2 guys, and it's not competition. Aw, that'd be... I mean, there's just 2 guys going out into weird spots, looking for... Yeah, but that's staged, probably. I would think that'd be staged a lot.
It's probably staged. It's
Yeah.
probably sponsored by like some metal
Just
detector
like,
company.
I was like really upset to find out that, that pawn shop, what is it?
ZSDF Unreal says ESPN covered poker long before hole cards. So let's have a fun quiz. What was the first year that ESPN covered the World Series of Poker final table? And
86.
bonus point. Who was the dealer at that table? Michelle got the bonus point. Old man Bartholdi, Joe Bartholdi Sr. was the dealer in the very first ESPN broadcast of the final table. And I believe it was in 1979.
Who was it? Joe Bartholdi's dad.
It was, yeah.
I get the bonus part. His name was Joe Bartholdi, Sr.
So it was CBS, actually, not ESPN.
Oh, really?
And ESPN took over in the 80s. CBS began covering the World Series in the late 1970s. And they called it something different. It was like, Let me see. 1978, CBS. Brent Musburger and Jimmy Snyder. So it was 1978. I guess you could say 73 because there was a Jimmy Snyder special, but we're not going to say 73. We're going to say 1978 was the first time it was actually televised on CBS.
Really?
Yep. What do they call it? I don't know. I don't know. Well, Rin Club, WPT definitely helps. I remember the first time I watched a WPT episode. It was like the first one, season 1, episode 1, and I remember when that came out, and I was watching it, and I was enthralled. It was so interesting. You know, we'd never seen the hole cards before. We didn't know what was going on when people were actually in a hand, and it was so interesting. Let's pump it up. But I don't think that if the WPT wasn't around, I don't think that I still think that the ESPN broadcast would have happened. I'm pretty sure that was planned before WPT came out.
But isn't all that all intertwined with online poker as well? Because they're trying to get people to play.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a bunch of things, and I think online poker Full Tilt was pumping a lot, and PokerStars was pumping a lot of money into the media outlets to try to make it something. That's how Moneymaker got his seat for free, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
if online poker wasn't around, I don't think that poker would have exploded like it did.
Yeah.
If hole card cameras weren't around, it wouldn't have exploded like it did.
I think online.
If Rounders never happened, it wouldn't have exploded.
I don't know.
I
never watched Rounders, so.
All of those things together, plus Moneymaker's name, really just. And his backstory just provided the absolute perfect.
Well, his name Moneymaker.
Yeah, it was. Perfect.
It was like a legendary story. I would go out and gamble, and I would have casino hosts, tell me about this story about this guy.
Yeah, because it sounds unbelievable.
This guy, he was an accountant from wherever, and he just won the main event, biggest. I think it was the biggest at the time. Biggest prize pool at the time because of online. You know what his name was? And I'd be like, name. What? Moneymaker. And I'm like, no. Like, it's real. And it was yeah. So I was like, really? That's weird. So it was like this weird story, legendary story that circulated for me because I never even watched poker online, and I was actually going around Vegas like. Just hanging out, and I heard it from word of mouth. I never watched it on TV, and so it was like this big legendary thing. And then he's still living off that legendary story. Oh, give us a Lane Flack update. I don't know what happened to Lane. We were supposed to go out with him. He wanted to come out with us together 2 weeks ago, and we got his text too late, or we went to the gym.
Yeah.
We should go hang out with him soon.
Yeah, we should. He's just doing a lot. Worm Boss, he is just spending his afternoons in the golf course.
Oh, he's hustling
playing
golf.
a lot of golf. I think he's hustling a lot of golf.
Do we know if he's hustling golf?
I think so.
I don't know.
I think that's how he's making his money.
I shouldn't say that he's hustling golf. I didn't even see. That's a whole new thing too, right? I mean, for me, I didn't even know people can make a living off of hustling golf. Do you think that's how? Do you think a lot of people do that?
No.
I don't know. It's just weird. He probably plays a lot of poker.
Okay, so in A, B, D, D, making the raise. We're getting 2-1 to make the call, so I am going to make the call here. We've got position. We've got Queen Jack. We've got some nice implied odds. And that's pretty much what we're hoping for, is a flop like that.
We got
A flop like that. I don't really see any reason to go ahead and raise here, so let's just make the call.
we have a resub too. Pocket protractor, 14 months. Thanks. Now let's see if Dutch takes this down.
And we do.
And he gets the ace. He what did they call it? Cracks the aces. Nice hand, Dutch. That's unfortunate for the aces, though. It's hard to get away from aces.
Yeah, I mean, like, he didn't misplay it. He just got unlucky.
Ooh, I'll have to check it out. Oh, who is this woman who never... Yeah, I mean, I didn't... Like,
She's
when it
seen
first came
rounders
out.
before. I've shown her rounders. It just didn't... It didn't grab her.
Yeah, it's just... The only... I like John Malkovich's character. I'm a sucker for John Malkovich. Speaking of John Malkovich, did you guys know that he has a fashion line, Dutch? And the reason why I know that is because he has a phenomenal ad campaign. One of the best ad campaigns I've ever seen. And I actually looked up johnmalkovich.com, and it's this awesome... it's men's clothes, but it's really... It's cute. They're cute clothes. It's kind of expensive, but I didn't even know that he was into fashion. All his sizes are French sizes.
So Reinhold TV saying, I'm not sure there's anyone who I would consider a better pure Hold'em player than Stu. It's just unfortunate that he has so many other issues that he couldn't deal with.
Yeah, we don't really know.
That's the problem, is we
don't
don't
really know, because
how would he compare to today's players in
Well,
today's game?
and-
I would like to see Stu Unger play Fedor Holtz, because I think Fedor Holtz would wipe the floor with him. That's what I think. I think that Stu Unger was one of the best when there were only about 90 real legitimate grinders out there. And he was the big fish in a very, very little pond. That pond has gotten a lot bigger. I would like to see how Stu Unger would perform in today's game.
Didn't he cheat too, or...
That's what everyone says.
Yeah.
That's what the rumors on the strip bar is, that he was playing for
and
the
he can't
mob,
even
and he was
he can't defend himself either. He's not
he was
around.
using marked cards the whole time, and who knows? I don't know. Everyone also says he was one of the best, but and a lot of people say the best. The problem is, we'll never be able to compare him to, today's great players. And I suspect that he wouldn't be able to. I suspect he wouldn't hold up, because I don't think that he would be spending time in the lab. I don't think that he would be working on his game and studying other players on television
don't know.
working on like the PIO solver and Max Silver's little check shove app. I think that he would be snorting cocaine off of a hooker's ass and degenerating it up on the strip. And every once in a while, he would have these moments of greatness where he would bink a tournament, and then the rest of it would be, the next week it would all be gone again. I think there are a lot of people like that, and I honestly feel like if he didn't die when he did, that he wouldn't be in that. We wouldn't be having those kind of conversations, because he would be around, and he would not have been able to hold up. That sounds pretty fun, Vice Chick. I hope that you have a good time with that. I think Michelle read that book, actually. You read Wicked, right? That book, Wicked.
No.
I know it's a play, but I thought it was also.
I think I had it, but
book,
no, I
wasn't it?
didn't. Yeah, it's based on a book, but I haven't read it. I read like the first part of it, like the first chapter. Is she going to see it?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah,
Taking
tell
her,
us how it is.
grandbaby to see it.
Oh, cool.
That is actually a really good trade, Vice Chick. That's something I've never done. I've never flown first class. Never flown first class.
Okay, so
And Pancake City says, "Are you calling that guy's all in on the turn if you had king queen or queen 10?" Probably, yeah. I think I probably would have. I don't think I'm getting away from top pair there, Pancake City. So I guess when we make the call on the pre-flop and we're counting on some implied odds, I guess those, looking back on the hand, I guess they were pretty well outweighed by the reverse implied odds that we'd get if we hit top pair and couldn't get away from it.
Yeah, I love John Malkovich. You know what I'm talking about, Dutch? That commercial that I really like for Squarespace?
No, I don't.
When John Malkovich is calling the guy about his domain name. And
Yes.
he's like, "This is John Malkovich. I need..." And it's just so funny. It's an advert for his John Malkovich fashion line.
No, I didn't know. I didn't know John Malkovich had a fashion line. I
Yeah,
thought it was
I
an
actually
advertisement
went
for
and
domain
looked.
names. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, but it was really funny because I only looked because he was like talking to the guy and he was like, "I'm trying to start a fashion line, John Malkovich fashion line," and so I went and it was a real thing and I was like, "Oh my gosh!" But the clothes are really, really expensive, but they're cute. I mean, they're okay. I don't think you like the style. I can't see what he's saying.
That can't really be what they're called, right? They're not really called Malkovich's britches, right?
Malkovich's britches.
They're not really called that.
I like it.
Oh, man. You guys are funny. So this is a tough one. Power KC making the raise. I kind of feel like...
Oh, wow, that's really long.
I had to actually look up some notes about Power KC because I was thinking about maybe making a 3-bet there.
Hey, here's a hand that I am the rookie and the vet wants you to go through. Here, I'm going to whisper it to you because it's really long. Okay? Okay, Dutchy Poo?
Yeah.
Somebody whispering?
That guy I banned.
Why?
I had already banned him because he was talking shit about Doug Polk, and I was like, you know what? We don't do that in this channel. We're not talking crap about other streamers, so...
But you should have warned him first, maybe.
I don't need him. It turns out that he was just the...
he was just a troll anyway?
He was just a troll anyway.
So now he's like...
He's our special troll.
Oh. Well,
He's
I
the
kind of
one
figured
with,
he was because he just kept on going on. Like, he just
Yeah.
kept on talking for no reason.
Okay, let me take a look at this. Do you want me to just read this out loud, Michelle?
Yeah.
I have a story for Dutch to share with everyone. Everyone. And would also like his input. I'm playing 5-10 no limit at the Brigada. Baller! And I look down at 7-7 on the button, so I raise a $75, which is a standard pre-flop raise in that game. Too much. Too much. If you are getting called that much, that sounds like a good game. It's got to be a good game, right?
Am I too close to the...
A guy that slow rolled me earlier in the game happened to initially min raise in the big blind to 170.
This was right here.
Okay, so essentially min raise in the big blind to 170, so I call for 95 more. All right. Sounds legitimate. The flop comes 10-10-7. There you go. He bets 400. That's such a tough flop because the 10-10-7 is not really what you want to see. Even though you're crushing him, almost always there's very few hands that he can have where you're not crushing him, just completely crushing him. Where maybe he's drawing to 2 outs, maybe he's drawing dead. To like a runner weird run out. But the problem is the 10-10-7 could easily chill your action because he might put you on a 10. He could put you on like an ace 10 or a queen 10 or a jack 10 where maybe he doesn't stack off with hands like kings or queens or aces. So anyway, he bets 400. I tank and then flat. And, you know, if you tank and flat, I actually feel like that makes it look more likely that you have a 10 than if you just raised right there. I kind of feel like if you raise right there, then you're a lot more likely to get action from the overpairs. The turn comes in ace, which is horrible. Horrible.
Is this a cash game?
Because this is also a chill card. It's not
Oh, it
because
is.
you should be really that worried about him having aces. It's because that's going to chill your action. Now if he's got kings or queens or jacks, how much more is he going to put in? He checks. I check back. River comes another 7, giving you quads. He bet 1,700, and what I'm about to say, I could have gotten more out of him, but I was already up like 4K on the day, so I huffed and puffed. Oh, Jesus, dude. You didn't. You didn't. And said, okay, I guess I call. Ace is good. No, dude. Who's telling you this? Who's telling you this? This is I'm the rookie and the vet? Is this I'm the rookie and the vet story?
Yeah.
Jesus, dude. Okay, so he has quads. Mm-hmm. This guy who had slow rolled him before fires out 1,700 into... was it 1,700? Yeah, 1,700 into an 800... 800 and then another 350, 11. So he overbets a pot, 1,700 into like $1,300, $1,400 pot. And instead of raising with your quads, you him and ha and say, okay, I guess I call. Ace is good. And he turned over ace king, and I stood up looking at the board, and I looked at the dealer and said, he's good. And she started to push in the pot, and that's when I said, oh, wait, I have quads. Is it wrong of me to super slow roll him after he did it to me, or is it even and fair? Let me tell you something. I am the rookie and the vet. First off, yes, it's wrong to slow roll. It doesn't matter if you're slow rolling an asshole who's already slow rolled you. That it's still wrong. It doesn't make it right to slow roll him just because he did it to you.
Yeah, you guess.
It doesn't. You know, it's
Some
it's
people don't know they're slow rolling.
It's like the whole thing. 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Yeah,
And
now you've made a powerful enemy in poker.
You know, but what's even more immoral is not raising him. You cost yourself a whole bunch of money just to make that guy feel a little bit worse. The next time you're in that situation, I want you to shove all in, and then I want you to, take all the money that you took from him and donate it to charity. You know, go to like Kiva or something, because it's obvious that you don't need the money. Otherwise, you would have been making the raise there. What are you doing not making the raise? That is what's immoral about that story. That's what's immoral about that story. If you wanted to slow roll him, make the raise and say all in, and then when he calls, just sit there and tap the table and say, nice call, ace is good. You know, at least then you're not costing yourself money. But you cost yourself money. You actually did him a huge favor. If I was him, I wouldn't have even gotten mad. I would have been like, thank you, sir. Let me give you a hug, because you just saved me 3 months of rent money right there.
Like $4,000.
Thank you so much. That was a car that you could have just taken from me, and instead you gave me a nice $3,000 gift right there. So I just want to say thank you, because now I'm going to be able to pay for a semester of community college for my grandkid because you decided not to re-raise.
Well, whatever, dude. I just don't. I think. I mean, that's.
It was wrong for you to slow roll him, but it was way more wrong to cost yourself equity so that you can make him feel a little bit bad.
Yeah, but that is mean.
Fun story, though.
That is mean.
Fun story, though.
So, are you guys enemies now? I want to hear more stories about you guys in the future about your enemy. We should name him
the slow roller.
Slow roller.
They call me the slow roller.
And I want to hear the wonderful adventures you have together.
That's pretty cool. Pope Famine got the viewing party working in VR. Very cool. So, guys,
really?
I'm feeling so sick tonight. I knew it was going to be a long stream, too. Every single time I'm just hoping that like the aces get cracked and we're done with the tournament, I end up in a situation like this where we're second out of 93.
Am I centered?
Let me take a look at you. No.
Fuck. Am I centered now?
Yeah.
I am?
Centered. No, yeah, you look good now.
Okay, because
Well,
I don't know.
now you're a little off. A little that way.
This way?
Now you're... Well, now too much. No, not enough. There. Nope. A little more. Guys, we're going to be right back in 3 minutes, 22 seconds. Make sure to click on that follow button, by the way. I
I
haven't
don't know
asked
how
you guys
the hell
this in
I'm
a long
all
time.
the way to the
I need to ask
right.
you guys a favor. if you haven't actually clicked on follow underneath the stream right there below XML, I want you to do it. It's the little heart button. We need to get that follower count up, you guys. It's really important. And I also want to ask you guys, you know, if you're enjoying the stream, and if you have a little bit of extra money that you could throw our way to a sub, that would be awesome. We're trying to get the sub count up. It's definitely fallen in the last year. And I talked to my account representative, and he was like, "Dutch, you're really slipping here.
Yeah,
you're really
I yelled
slipping,
at him. I yelled at
and
him.
you need to get that sub count up, or we're gonna have some problems." And I was like, I'll try to start pushing it, guys. We really need your help. We really need a sub. We need you to sub. Click on the sub button. If you've never subbed before, you're gonna get some cool stuff. If you subbed before, I'll try to make it up to you somehow. A couple of fist bump patches to everybody who subs. We give those ebooks away, and we would really appreciate your support. And it doesn't cost that much. If you have Twitch Prime, it's free. And if you don't have Twitch Prime, you can get a 30-day Twitch Prime membership for free using the link in the chat. I'll go ahead and link it right now.
Prime, yeah.
Help a streamer out. We'll be back in 2 minutes, you guys. We're gonna win this
So can
tournament.
you
by the
center
way.
me now?
We're gonna buy a yacht.
Can you center me? You want to share?
Okay, guys, we're back. We're back. Michelle's head is getting a little cut off.
Now it's getting cut off now?
A little bit. Now it looks good. We got King Queen suited. Power KC making the raise. I'm thinking about maybe re-raising. Let's just see a call. Let's just call. Flop is Queen Jack 5. Perfect flop for us. I feel a double up coming. Checks. Half pot. Power KC checks again, and yeah, let's do another half pot. Going for 3 streets of value there. Yums8062. Look at this. We got Poker Gal subscribing to the stream. Poker Gal 13. Boom. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. I'm pretty sure Poker Gal has supported the stream before with a sub. Welcome back, and really appreciate you being here. And the welcome email might have changed a little bit. So, are you sending out welcome emails still? Are you still doing that, Michelle? Making the fold. You're awesome, Poker Gal. Thank you so much.
Not for yeah, well, but I don't have it on right now. I think I don't know if I have your account here.
Guys, definitely give some fist bumps out to Poker Gal. And if you're not supporting the stream with a sub,
I think she's a resub, dude.
Well, it says just subscribe, so she let her sub lapse. But I'm pretty sure she's been here before and has subbed before. So it's not the first time she's thrown a sub our way. Thank you so much. And guys, if you're not subbing to the stream, definitely give her a thank you because she is.
I need your token, dude.
She is.
Do you have that number?
She is paying for your viewership. she's basically making it work for you.
Do you have
Yeah. Hold on, let me see.
I thought it emailed me it. Did it email you to you? Just give me the numbers. Okay.
Is that good? She is subsidizing the stream for you. So, Poker Gal, thank you so much. Got it?
No, I did it wrong.
Really?
No, I need to see it again. I typed
Let me
it
just
wrong.
read it. Okay.
No, I got it. Oh, shoot, I did read it wrong. I must be dyslexic or something. Did you change it, dude?
Nope.
Yeah, man, that number changed on me.
Did it work?
Yeah. I thought it
So,
was 555.
Sports 77, open limping under the gun. We got Power KC. And let's go for a... Let's go for a 2K raise. We're going to see a flop, you guys. We're going to see a flop with our 5-4 off. Unless Sports 77 was open limping just to raise with a big hand like aces or kings. So we hit the 5. We've got some outs here. I'm going to go ahead and fire out a half pot here. Vegas Bell making the very quick raise. Which means that we're probably down to 5 outs, 10%. $20% if we get to see the river for free. That'll do.
Is that the good? What do you have?
A 5.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, pretty good.
You should slow roll them, dude. You should be like, I don't have the jack is good. Oh, wait, I have a 5. That's what you should say in chat, dude, right now.
Jack's good. That's what I should have typed that in. I'm going to type that in. Jack's good.
Oh, wait. I have
Give
trips.
him the pot. See, that's the part of the story that's like
So
pretty
mean.
unbelievable.
So
is
mean.
looking at the dealer and saying, "Ship him the pot." I said ace is good. Ship him the pot. Ship him the pot. I mean, what are you gonna do if like she does it quick? What if she shipped the pot really really quick? Like she was just like
Did I just
mixes it in with his chips. I mean, what do you do then?
Oh, I closed the
Wow.
chat.
So now we're chip leader.
Oh, no, I closed the chat, dude, on accident. I lost everybody.
Oh no.
Wait, no, I didn't. It's right here. It's all good. I'm here.
Pope Famine has his VR going, which is really cool. I would love to see a picture of what that's like, Pope Famine. I was playing around with the Oculus Rift when it was still just the developer's kit. And my little brother's really big into VR. He's actually working on a little startup called Anarchist.com where he's building some hardware tools for VR. He's also done some work on some software tools like a VR desktop. It's the future, man. It's
VR
the
is the future?
I don't know if it's the present yet, but it's the future.
I guess. Can you imagine? Be really kind of cool, huh?
What am I imagining? So Sport77 making the call in the small blind. It checks to us. And I'm going to go with that half-pot bet here. Going to be hard for him to call if he doesn't have a pair or a king. And JTS760, good to see you, man. He says, Dutch, are back now, or are yo back now, or is this just a cameo? It's a, no, we've been streaming every Monday and Tuesday now. And Michelle Eximoa down there has actually been doing some streaming of video games as well. Guys, make sure to follow Michelle, by the way.
If you guys want to hear me grunt and curse at the screen, then follow me. She's
probably going to be doing some game streams this week, right? Maybe like Wednesday.
I think Wednesday I'm gonna stream. I want to stream Conan Exiles, but we're waiting to hear from the developers to see if we can get a
couple of free keys,
keys and test it out. But I did, with the help of Dutch, get some free keys to try out. So I might try some of those games out. But yeah, it'll be groovy. It's going to be a really serious stream, though, guys. So I only want serious people watching the stream. Oh, you know. Yeah.
Do we have the other one there? W? Yeah, there we are.
Yeah, to block whispers. Yeah, guys, if you guys are getting weird whispers on your chat,
super easy to block those.
Yeah, I only can get whispers from people that I follow or whisper to.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's just a new way for the trolls to circumvent the chat and the ban.
Definitely don't repeat the whisper trolling, because that definitely, that completely defeats the point. Like, Twitch doesn't allow us to do anything more than ban a person in our stream, but they can still whisper out to other people in the stream, and it doesn't help when someone whispers you something, something vicious and inappropriate, and something that only an immature child would say. Keep in mind that it's probably just like some 15-year-old kid who hates himself, and he's just trying to make life miserable for everybody. So he goes on Twitch and he enjoys trolling people on Twitch. The one that we get a lot, I've seen him in other channels too, and he's just, that's his thing. Pour himself a little glass of wine and try to make life miserable for other people. It takes a real sadistic personality, but what, the best thing that you can do is just, mute him and ignore him and not bring him any attention. Once you actually start, coming on and saying, hey, I just got this guy whisper to me and he said this, you should do something about it. That just helped. That is what he's going for. He's going for those kind of reactions. That's when he's like, with his wine, he's like, yeah. It's just like, it's weird. I don't understand what goes on in the mind of someone like that, because it just seems like so, unproductive. And it's just like, his life would be so much better if he did something else with his time. I don't understand it. If I don't like something that I'm watching,
give him a break.
If I don't like something that I'm watching, the only thing that I would ever do is just like not watch it. If I'm watching like a YouTube video and I don't like it, maybe I would, give it the thumbs down. But it's not like I'm gonna go, follow that YouTuber and everything that he says. I'm gonna comment and try to make their life miserable.
I did that the other day. There was this person that on Reddit that I didn't like their comments, so I went to their chat and I downvoted all their.
So, but downvoting is not the same thing.
I know.
As like actively spending your nights trying to make their life worse.
I was like, I don't agree with you.
It's so hard for me to wrap my head around what kind of person would do that. By the way, Din Dazen just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Din Dazen, boom, making our night. You're awesome. Really appreciate you supporting the stream. Thank you so much.
You're awesome.
So Power KC making 1250. We flopped the nuts here. The only way that I think that we're going to be able to get to get stacks in play is to make a raise. So I'm going to go ahead and raise and hope that Power KC makes the call. I got some notes on Power KC. One of the notes I've got is calling station. So maybe Power KC would call us with as weak as overcards. Oh, instead Power KC makes the re-raise. So let's go ahead and make the call and try to get it all in on the turn. There we go. Perfect turn card. Let's get it in here, Power KC. We don't have the Stone Cold nuts. I mean, 6-8 is better, but we've got the effective nuts here. Yeah, he's got absolutely nothing. So
Nice.
45,502 added to our stack. We're above the 100,000 mark. We're completely crushing this field, you guys. Just crushing it.
Yeah, and if you guys have Twitter, retweet Dutch's tweet. That'll help the
Yeah,
stream.
that
you should
does
start. You should start asking our crew.
You know what we
to
ought to
retweet,
do?
babe.
We ought to give a 1% free roll away in this to anybody who retweets a tweet. You want to do it? We can do that.
Oh, you mean you want to give 1% away?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you would do it, but yeah, sure, we can do that.
Well, you know what? We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna spend. I'm gonna spend some time this week, and we're gonna start doing giveaways like that for retweets. You know, I see Doug Polk doing it all the time. Bill Perkins doing it all the time. Other streamers do it all the time. And why don't we do it? Well, because I never actually spent the time to look and figure out these bots that would actually do it fairly. But we're going to.
Yeah, because we want it to be fair,
Yeah.
obviously.
This
'Cause
isn't
I
really a
can't
big
win-
tournament,
I
though. When
can't
I'm
win
looking
all
at it,
the
like
time.
1%. First place in this thing is only $1,000. That means one lucky winner might win
dope.
$10.
Yeah.
That's not really a lot of EV. It's not really a lot of EV, man. But we're going to start doing that, and we'll be playing some tournaments, especially this summer when we stream a couple of bracelet events where it's actually worth getting a little free roll.
Oh, is this the right one?
Yeah, but we're really crushing this field, you guys. Second place in this field is Kiss My Ass SOB, who has 64,000. That's second place. The only person, you start going down, and 10th place in this thing has less than 40,000. There's 72 players left. Average is 25,000. We've got more than double the 5th place person right now, and it's just, we've got second and 8th combined at this point. We're really crushing this field, and I really can't say that it's because we're just like playing so well. We're also just getting into really good spots, and then the players are also playing pretty bad as well. And there was no reason for Power KC to just stack off there with an open-ended straight draw. He had a lot of chips, actually. When you look at, he started that hand with 20-something thousand in chips, which is 45 big blinds. He started that hand with 45 big blinds, and he just completely dusted it off with a king-high open-ended straight draw. That I can't really like pat myself on the back and say, well played, Dutch.
We're going to get that yacht.
And it's not like we've gotten really super lucky either. We had aces cracked earlier on. Okay, so PJG66 making the shove. It's kind of an irritating shove. There's 5 pairs that beat us, but most likely PJG66 is sitting here with like an ace-king. And we're ahead of ace-king, and we're getting 1.5 to 1 on the call. So it's going to be a call, and we hope PJG turns over ace-king or ace-queen, and we hope that we win the flip. 9. Okay, so now we're not over 100,000 anymore.
Oh my gosh, Dutch.
Now
You
we're
should
not
just turn off
completely
the stream.
devastating the competition. Like I
Went
said,
from here
we're not like
to
getting
down here
super
now.
lucky here. Like super lucky is having those kind of hands hold up. We made the right call. We got it in as a favorite, with getting better than 1-to-1 pot odds, getting 1.47 to 1 pot odds. So we played it fine, and sometimes you play the hand correctly, and it doesn't matter. So Worm Boss 44 says, Dutch, any thoughts on the WSOP 2017? Or which events are you playing? Event schedule. I was kind of surprised at the small bracelet events. We have a couple of bracelet events now, which are under the $350 buy-in level. I think that the online bracelet event is a $333 buy-in. That surprises me. Being able to have a shot at a World Series of Poker gold bracelet, which still has every bit as much prestige as it had 10 years ago, if not more, for less than 500, that's pretty impressive. Making the fold here. So I'm looking forward to the WSOP, counting down the days. I looked through the schedule. I haven't put my schedule together yet. I do plan on streaming the online bracelet events. I think that those will be fun to bring to Twitch.
You know, instead of wait, I have an idea about instead of giving $10 or 1%, you should give it in Bitcoin, maybe. I guess,
give it to him in Bitcoin.
Yeah, but maybe people don't have Bitcoin though.
Well,
I mean,
it's pretty easy to set up a Bitcoin wallet.
I guess we can just do it either or, like depending on who wins, what they would rather have.
I like the Bitcoin idea.
Yeah, but like
promote the Bitcoin. I like it.
Well, either or, because you know how people are.
Yeah, look, we're going to figure that out this week, guys. I'll spend a little time. I was talking to my account rep over there at Twitch, and he was telling me about some bots that people are using for their random giveaways that I'm going to look into. So I'll tell you what, I will work on it this week, and by the next stream next week on Monday and Tuesday, we'll do some equity giveaways.
Is there a big game going on right now?
A big game?
Because it says learn how Siri can tell you about the big game.
The big game.
There's something that I don't know about.
Is there a big game going on? Well, no, I don't think so.
It's just my phone is acting up. My phone's listening to me again. It's listening to us talk.
I'm trying to think. Stanley Cup is, I'm pretty sure, in the summer. March Madness is in March. So I don't know that there's a big game right now.
Is that a clickbait from Siri? Is that what that is? So I add Siri. Let's add Siri.
I mean, the top
Siri.
story on ESPN is
game?
women's college basketball. So maybe that's what they're talking about. The big women's college basketball game, UConn.
I was going to ask her 15 minutes ago. She slide for more. I'm going to ask her right now.
So no, I don't really think that there's a big game. It's probably just an old
Be in the know.
Probably an old headline.
No, it said 15 minutes ago. Oh. Yeah, it's an old
Top
headline.
events, NCAA women's.
It's an old headline. It's like about the football game. It's very old. Siri, you suck. Jesus Christ.
NBA is going on, but nothing really.
She just wanted to tell me about the Super Bowl.
I'm pretty sure the NBA finals are more towards the summer too.
Siri's is lame. Alexa's way better. No, it was about the football game because I just looked at it. Was that a big game?
The UConn NCAA women's game or the Super Bowl?
The Super Bowl.
Not for us.
Not for us, but it was pretty awesome. It
was
a
big
pretty
game
amazing
for
right?
Atlanta. Oh, I stopped watching it in the fourth quarter because I was like, this is a blowout. This is a blowout, and I it's over. And then someone's like, hey, the game's still going. You won't believe what's going on. And I switched it back on with like 2 minutes left in the fourth, and I was like, wow, look at that. Look at that. Tom Brady is going to come back and take this down. Okay. I didn't really care about either one of the teams, to tell you the truth. I guess I would have been rooting. I guess I'm rooting for the Falcons in that spot, just because I didn't really like the whole Deflate Gate thing. But yeah, I guess it's kind of cool to see Tom Brady break a record. That's cool. I mean, anytime you see a sports figure do something that no one else in the history of the sport has done, that's pretty cool.
I'm just not into football or anything. Not really.
Gigi Donk TV says, which poker dealing schools would you recommend in Vegas, Dutch? You know, Gigi Donk TV, I don't know that there's any dealing schools here that I would actually recommend. I think that this is what I would recommend you do, Gigi Donk TV. If you want to get into dealing poker, is find a friend who is already a dealer, or if you don't have a friend who's already dealing, pay somebody who's a dealer that you think is a good dealer who can teach you how to deal. The actual the actual way to actually deal, the way to pitch the cards, the way to handle the box, and the basic rules of poker. If you don't already know them, you probably already do. But then come out to Vegas and get a job at the World Series of Poker, dealing the World Series of Poker, because they have such a high demand for dealers that they pretty much just let anybody in. You'll be able to pass that audition pretty easily. You'll have to give up weed. You need to be able to pass a drug test and get your gaming license. But you should be able to, without much practice, if you're coming at it as from a poker player's seat at the table, there's not too much more that you need to know, because you already know the rules of the game, and that's the most important thing. Just have a dealer friend kind of teach you the ropes, or if you don't have a dealer friend, find a dealer and offer them $50 to sit down with you for an hour, or $100 to sit down with you for 2 hours, and just walk you through all. Oh, June's messing up your space background, Michelle.
It's all right.
Walk you through all of the ins and outs of being a dealer, and then come out to Vegas and get a job for the summer as a WSOP dealer. And if you are at that point, the link is really easy to find. I can also probably make a call on your behalf and say, hey, listen, one of my Twitch buddies and a longtime supporter and watcher of the stream is looking for an in, and you guys let anybody in anyway. This guy actually knows poker, and it would be awesome if you would go ahead and just give him an audition, and if he's not passing, let him know why and give him another one. So that's what I would suggest, GG Donk. And then once you have a summer under your belt of doing that, it's actually pretty hard to get. Okay, what are we doing? We're going to do 2100. It's pretty hard to get the good dealer jobs here in Vegas. Aria, Bellagio, Wynn, Venetian. Orleans, Red Rock. Those dealer jobs are actually kind of hard to get. Let's go for 1650 here. But if you have a little bit of experience dealing the World Series, it's going to be a lot easier for you. And what I would probably do if I was in a spot trying to get a dealer job, a full-time dealer job, is I would deal the series, have that under my belt, probably join the one of the traveling circuits like the HPT or the let's make a call against Piper here, like the HPT or the MSPT or the WPT or the WSP circuit. WSP circuit would probably be my first pick as kind of one of the traveling dealers on that trail. There's a lot of dealers who kind of travel those circuits. And eventually you're going to, make connections within poker and have some friends who can help you get a full-time job at a room somewhere. And if it's Vegas, then that'd probably be the ideal.
Sounds like you got it going. Go on. You know the steps.
I think that would be the steps. So a lot of combinations where Piper Green could have a bigger club. 1,800 into 7,800. Wow, I think we're ahead here. I actually think that we're ahead enough where we can make a raise. If we get 4-bet, then we'll fold, or re-raise and we'll fold. But yep, Piper Green makes the call with pocket sevens.
Oh, sevens.
7 of clubs.
Not even a club there? Look at it. Oh yeah, he had one. I see.
All right, let's go for 1,800. Big Lebowski says just drive for Uber instead. I don't think that's good advice. I don't think when you start counting wear and tear on the car and you look at the future of Uber drivers, which is non-existent, I think that you're probably better off dealing than Uber driving, and I'm pretty sure it pays better too.
Well, as far as dealing goes, there's need for it. I mean, there's especially in Vegas.
Yeah,
and the series.
I mean, I don't think there's a big shortage of regular dealers, but there's a shortage of part-time dealers to deal like the tournaments.
Yeah, but you can grow your reputation though, and eventually you can get into one of the cushy jobs.
That's right. And from there, there's actually upward mobility within
you
can
be a floor.
That's right. You can be a floor, a tournament director. a card room
casino?
supervisor. Eventually all the way up. Look at Bobby Baldwin.
That's right.
It's not like he's pretty much in charge of all of MGM now. I think he actually retired though. I don't know. No, I'm pretty sure he's still making the day-to-day decisions. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what's happening behind that curtain? Jack Effel's a good example. He started from the bottom. Kenny Lambert's always talking about how he gave him his first dealer job. I gave Jack Effel his first dealer job back in the '80s. And it wouldn't surprise me at all if 5-10 years from now Jack Effel actually gets promoted even further up the chain. He's already way up there on the Caesars corporate chain, but they promote from within. And once you get set up at one card room, there's a lot of mobility. You'll get stolen away. They'll be starting a room, and there's just not a lot of people who really have a lot of that skill set out there.
What skill set are you talking about?
Like how to run a poker room.
Oh yeah. Do you know how to run a poker room, Dutch?
No, there's a lot of there's a lot of the dealer ins and outs that I wouldn't know. There's a lot of the
sticky,
the human resources
decks?
ins and outs that I wouldn't know. Like I don't exactly know what's going on every time the dealers call for a fill. I don't exactly know what's going on there.
But you would learn.
Yeah. If it came to that. Charismo dealt the 2015 series. Never again. Well, Charismo has some better insight than on the steps. If you feel like maybe sharing with the stream, Charismo, I'd be interested to hear it. If you think like my game plan that I gave to GG Donk TV is not the way to go. It's a pretty good flop for King Queen of Hearts.
King Queen of Hearts?
Yep. We've got the open-ended straight draw. We've got the backdoor flush draw, and we've got the overcards.
Thanks, Gildox 1882. Got some lucky bits.
The problem is, I think Mr. Queen probably has like an overpair. Doesn't even matter though. We're gonna pot it. I'm willing to put the pressure on this hand.
Wow. And that's an example of using your stack.
It is. That's the example of the bully stack right there.
That's right.
Look at this. Gildox just cheered 300 bits, nice. Filling up the bit cheer cup. Gildox, nice. You're awesome. Thank you so much.
Bits.
Okay. So Piper Green making the limp. Let's go ahead and make the raise here with Ace Queen of Clubs. And we'll probably just take it without a flop. Piper Green putting up the defense. The 10 of Clubs hits. We are 60% of the way to a royal flush. I'm going to just check back here and take a free card. The 5 of Clubs helps our hand quite a bit. Makes it less likely that Piper Green has a pair. Also gives us a lot of outs now. If we are behind, but we're probably ahead. We're probably looking at the Ace Queen being able to win unimproved here. And the 5 of Diamonds, wow. See if Piper Green decides to bet, make the call. And sure enough, we do not need a pair. Ace high is good.
Nice.
I always get a nice feeling in my chest when I see somebody make a call with ace high on the river.
If you are a Piper, what is the bet amount not enough there, or what? Like how do you get scared of?
How does Piper Green win that pot?
Yeah, how does Piper Green
doesn't win that pot. There is no bet amount that I'm not going to call there on the river.
So even if you potted it,
the thing is with Ace Queen of Clubs on that board. Let me go ahead and show it on the hand history. Ace Queen of Clubs on this board. And in this matchup is pretty much the same thing as having a pocket pair. Ace Queen of Clubs is basically like having pocket sixes here. If Piper Green is bluffing with a 7 or a 10, or not bluffing, if Piper Green is value betting with a 7 or a 10, Piper Green's going to win there. But there's just too many combinations of hands that Piper Green could have where it's a bluff and ace high is going to be good. Hands like 8-9, hands like Jack-9, hands like 8-6, hands like 6-4, hands like King Jack, turning that into a bluff. So if Piper Green makes a big bet on the river, an all-in bet on the river, by the river bet, there's already 11,400 in there. And if Piper Green were to have shoved the whole stack in, we only need to win about 30-something% of the time to make it, low 30s to make it a profitable call. And that's just taking this hand in a vacuum. Mm-hmm. When you start taking into account all the times when a call will discourage bluffs in the future, and you start thinking about metagame, then you probably should be calling even at a loss there. So, the pot is too big for Piper Green to be able to get a fold out of us, and there's really nothing that Piper Green can do on the river where there's no right bet amount size there where Piper Green's going to be able to get through. Piper Green just doesn't have the chips to do it. So Piper Green's best bet on the river there is just to check fold.
Okay.
Do
you think if he's just started betting from the beginning, he would have gotten through with you?
No, he wouldn't.
Just not.
No.
Okay, just wondering
because Ace Queen is good enough. Hey, we're in a big blind versus small blind, situation. The 5 hurts his chances of having a pair. The third 5 actually hurts his chances of value betting something, because I don't think that Piper Green, if Piper Green had a 7 or Piper Green had a smaller pocket pair under a 7, I don't think Piper Green value bets it on the river. I think that Piper Green probably checks inducing a bluff, hoping that I'm in a spot where I have like a Queen Jack or Jack 9 and decide to turn it into a bluff. So, no, Piper Green made a mistake there on the river making the value bet. By the way, we got Doom switched. Doom switch. Someone with Twitch Prime. Boom. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you throwing that Prime sub our way. It really does mean a lot. And by the way, Doom switched, we have some stuff to give out to all the new subs. If you haven't already gotten your fist bump patches and your ebook link to Poker Tilt, Michelle's going to send over that welcome email. You're awesome. Doom Switched, thank you so much, guys. Make sure to give some fist bumps out to Doom Switched. And anybody who's not a subscriber, say thank you, because Doom Switched is subsidizing the stream for you.
You're awesome, Doom.
You guys are cool, too, if you're not subscribing. Cheap but cool. Doom Switched, thank you so much. You really are awesome.
You're funny, Dutch.
Thank you. My girlfriend.
And we appreciate all the bits. Those bits are pretty awesome, guys. Guys and gals. I guess that's what I have to start saying now. Guys and gals. Ladies and gentlemen.
So I guess I'm going to make it 1,600 here against Crook. A little bit less than we made it pre. Crook does not have a lot of chips left. Din Dazen says, how your last WSOP summer went? It went okay. We cashed like 5 or 6 times. It was actually pretty good for an ITM percentage, but it was not a good slugging percentage. So not up for the series. And anytime it's not, anytime it's not a black series, then it's a bad series. It's fun.
I cashed my first event.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. That was probably the highlight of my WSOP.
That was kind of funny. Were you amazed to know, like, when I made it to day 2, were you, like, shocked? So was I.
No.
I couldn't even sleep.
I was like, proud.
What the... I was like, I don't know how you guys play, man, because the adrenaline rush is, like, too much for me.
Are you going to play the ladies event again this year?
I was like, I couldn't sleep.
Are you going to do it again?
I don't know. It was... Maybe. I don't know. I feel like that... adrenaline. I don't really like the adrenaline. Maybe though.
That was pretty cool. Michelle sold pieces of herself. Everybody got money. It was awesome. I sold some pieces of myself in the 5K 6 Max too.
Yeah, you cashed.
That was probably my my favorite moment of the WSOP, is actually going toe to toe with Fedor Holtz and knocking him out of that event. That was really pretty cool, because by by a lot of people's measure, Fedor Holz is the best in the game right now. And I got a chance to actually play him in a hand and outplay him in a hand. And that felt good.
I'm sure he doesn't remember the hand.
I doubt he does. I'm sure, he's too busy winning super
We're
high
all
rollers
legends
to worry
in our
about a
minds,
5K.
isn't it?
Look, I know I'm coming off like these guys who come up to me and says, "You remember that one hand I beat you in 2005?"
The story was about
Tunica?
me and my poker tournament. And you turn it around.
Did you knock anybody out in your your
Oh
event?
God, I don't fucking remember. I was like so nervous. I did make some friends. I made one friend.
You
No,
still
I played
keep in touch?
miserable on the second day, dude. That ego
Still
got
keep
in
in
the
touch?
way. That ego got in the way. What happened?
Do you still keep in touch?
Yeah,
with your
she's
friend?
my Facebook friend. Yeah,
The truest forms of friends.
that is. You get to talk. I say, "What's up?" She lives in London, or England, so she's coming this year. I think maybe she's coming this year.
Wow, I wonder what General Flynn did that Russia has on him. I really hope that it comes out. Why do I hope that?
What?
The what do they call it? Schadenfreude? When you just kind of enjoy watching the train wreck?
I don't know what it's called, but it is such a train wreck. It's entertaining.
Schadenfreude.
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 Say it again. Say it again.
Pleasure derived by someone
Schadenfreude.
from another person's misfortune. Why do I feel that Schadenfreude when I'm watching General Flynn go through this drama? By the way, Mr. Queen, we're making a call with King Queen off. I hope that you have King Jack or Queen 10. That would be wonderful. Ace 10, that's all right. If we knew that you had Ace 10, we're still making the call here. So Queen.
Wait a second.
Bink. Yes, that's good.
So, Dutch, people are asking about Twitch Prime. Do you want to talk more about the difference between a Prime sub and a regular sub?
Jason, there's no difference from where we're standing.
Oh my
Poker
God,
Fun
those
says,
robots
my wife
are
has
so
a Prime account, but I would need to steal her password to join. LOL. Shit, Poker Fun, I'd hate to put you out. Don't get up or anything on our. So you're basically just wasting your Twitch Prime. That's what you're doing. You're wasting your Twitch Prime sub. Come on, Poker Fun. You come in here all the time.
It's not a very good way to tell him to
Wake your
steal it.
wife up.
Don't say
Wake
you
her
need
up
to
and
borrow
ask
it.
for her password. It's not stealing. It's just borrowing.
I have Dutches.
Poker
Yeah, but
Fun.
you do get benefits for
still
becoming
love you,
a
buddy.
Twitch Prime person. So if you have Amazon Prime already,
You know what I'm
just
going to do?
click a
just,
little button.
Just for you, Poker Fun, I'm going to run an ad the next break. That's what we're going to do.
But you just click. I think you just
15
go to
minutes. Everyone gets an ad who's not subscribed.
No, but
Courtesy of Poker Fun.
I'm trying to explain Prime because there's other people that have the question. So I think you just go to twitchprime.com. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
See, twitchprime.com. Twitch.
And you link your Amazon Prime account.
Prime.com. And then you get free games and loot too. You get free in games every month. You get ad-free experience. We forgot about that. That's very important, the ad-free stuff, because ads,
I think it's important.
are the same. Unless it's a John Malkovich ad. So that would be really awesome. Those are the good ads to watch. But
Chitara is going to actually make a raise
Other
here.
than that.
Squeeze me out. It's pretty scary to squeeze.
oh yeah.
Okay, Chitara, I'm going to make the fold. Hey, you little bitch.
What'd you have here? Pair?
Ace 10.
You the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be mad. Don't be mad, Dutch. Don't
No,
be mad.
I'm not.
Are you writing in their comments?
Yeah.
That he saved you 20K. He
didn't save me anything.
He saved you.
And he didn't win himself anything either.
Yeah,
But he did. It was better probably making that squeeze than making the call with Ace 10 off. He's lucky I didn't actually have a big hand to wake up with. It's costing me equity. I'll remember that, Chitara. I'll remember that.
Yeah, I don't even know what kind of boat that is, C-Mac.
Did our ST Bub was wondering, is our donation button not there anymore? Do we not have the donation button anymore? I thought we still had it.
I don't know, Dutch. I don't
changed
keep
the way
track
that,
of your panels. You keep your own panels, yo. Here.
No, the donation button's still there. It's just kind of buried.
I think there you
You
go.
can still donate. You can still donate, ST Bub.
Yeah, ST Bub, donate.
Oh my gosh.
We should have that freaking actually as a Autobot. Donate. Are you laughing? We should make it.
You should tell Nightbot.
You should make funny little things like, "Are you having a good time? Well,
having a good time.
donate." That's good.
Nothing says love like clicking here. Nothing says love like clicking on the donate button. And look at this, Ross the Boss. This is kind of interesting. All these Streamlabs. Are these cheers?
Yeah, those are cheers you can do. Those are really cute, aren't they?
Those are awesome. That's the first time I've ever seen that.
So,
Ross
yeah,
the Boss 85.
when you
By the way, it's great to see you, man.
When you start like cheering, you can like pick different cheers to go.
Ross the Boss is one of my all-time favorite people here on Twitch, because if it wasn't for Ross, then X-Mon I don't get to go to BlizzCon.
Yes,
that
that was the
last
best
year.
The best BlizzCon
I had
ever.
such a good time, and I owe it all to you, Ross. So
We owe
thank you
you.
so much, man.
We owe you, Ross.
I do. The next time you're rolling through Vegas, Ross, I owe you a really nice dinner. We're going to take you out somewhere really special and say thank you, because that was really awesome of you. And it really it was just such a wonderful time. I had such a good time there, and I owe it all to you. So thank you so much, man. Thank you for that. Melonhead ML 18 months in a row. Thank you for the resub, Melonhead. One of my favorite usernames on Twitch. They call me Melonhead. I love it. Thanks for the resub, Melonhead. 18 months is a hell of a long time to support the stream, and it really makes all the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So Bonyfish, is that really it? That the Ruskies have a transcript of the pre-inauguration phone call where Flynn talked about the sanctions, so they could use it at any time to discredit him later on down the road? Is that really all that? Like that's the blackmail? That they have a recording of a phone call he made where he was saying, "Don't worry about the sanctions." Why would anyone care about that? Why would that discredit him? Maybe I just don't understand why that would be a big deal. But I also don't really understand why watching a bunch of Russian hookers piss on each other is a big deal. Okay. Jack 9 off. Gonna go and make the fold here. Still chip leader, 1 out of 48. Pocket Protractor asking, is Amazon Prime the same as PayPal Prime?
I don't think it is.
No.
I
So
looked it
PayPal
up.
Prime, isn't PayPal Prime like the PayPal credit card or whatever, where every single time you pay for something with PayPal, they're like, you don't have to pay yet if you don't want to.
I don't know. It just says how
Sign
to
up
use
for our
pay.
credit.
I don't think it's the same though.
Nah, I don't think so either.
I think it's just the two different entities.
Market Anarchy making an appearance. Good to see you, man. DJC Mike says, hey Dutch, you are one fast typer, man. DJC, you have no idea.
Don't get him started.
You have no idea.
You should on the break. Next break, you should do a
We should do a typewriter competition.
Well, they can't play because it's Well, no, they can't. Can they?
Type Racer.
Type Racer.
So typeracer.com. You gotta find this.
So
Typeracer.com.
Fast.
It's a global typing competition. Guys, we're just hitting everything here. Look at this. We're just hitting.
What do you have? 9-4.
9-4 with the backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, I remember when you first discovered Type Racer, and then every 5 minutes you'd be like, "Look, Michelle, look who won!"
And look how nice this is. We're gonna go ahead and fire out 3/4 here. If one of these guys actually has an ace, then we're setting ourselves up for a nice stack size bet on the river. 6450 will get this pot over 20K. So on the river, when we fire out the pot size bet, it will cover both of them. Hey, that reminds me. That's a good tip. If you guys are here to learn something, that's a good tip. When you are making your bet sizes on the flop and the turn in the river and deciding whether to slow play a hand or deciding whether to go for value, make sure that when you're formulating the plan in your mind, you have kind of a tree where if where you know what you're going to do on the river if called, where you know what you're going to do on the turn if raised, because we had a plan there. When we fired out 3/4 pot on the flop, if PJG were to have shoved all in and Soulviner were to have called, I would have actually been folding the bottom two pair. If one of them made the call on the flop, then I'm shoving the river. If one of them made the call on the turn, then I'm shoving the river. If both of them made the call on the turn, then I'm shoving the river as long as the river isn't a king or a 10 or another ace or another queen. So it's important to have a plan. And the plan doesn't end with the current street. I can't tell you how many times I see... Wait a minute, what are we doing here? Let's go for 2,600. I can't tell you how many times I see people mess this up where they have a plan, but it ends on the turn. And then when they get called, they have no idea what to do on the river. It's like, well, weren't you thinking about what you were going to do on the river when you made the bet on the turn? I see this a lot pre-flop. Like somebody makes a raise early on, an early position with ace jack. It gets called, and the button 3 bets. And they call without really a clear plan of what they're going to do if they hit a jack on the flop or they hit an ace on the flop. They don't really have a clear plan if they call and the player who called their initial open now shoves. Like you need to be... When you make the action, you need to be thinking a few steps ahead. In that way, poker is a little bit like chess. That you need to be thinking about how you're going to react to the multiple possibilities that your opponents are going to that your opponents are going to move in reaction to what you do. So have a plan, for future streets. Have a plan for future actions you might be faced with. So D Brown Dan asking, how do we add bits to your account? There's actually a way to get free bits from Twitch by watching an ad or two, and then you can have bits to cheer in streams, and they pretty much equal a penny from me. So if you like earlier. When Ross the Boss cheered, he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 5-bit cheers. That's like a full dollar that we're actually going to get at the end of every month. So that's kind of, from a streamer perspective, that's how much a bit cheer is worth. Let's make the call here against Piper Green.
I think they're priceless.
You also get some. You also get another badge next to your name when you cheer in a.
I have a pink cheer now because I've been cheering.
I've been cheering in some other channels. Not the flop we're looking for with our ace deuce of diamonds. Going to go ahead and make the fold now to a Piper Green. Look at your Kappa cheers. Thank you, Michelle.
I like the winky cheers.
Market Anarchy says, I type 98 words per minute, 100% accuracy. No man types at 100% accuracy, Market Anarchy. But that's still pretty impressive.
I write 10 words a minute, and I'm pretty proud of that.
Still pretty impressive. 10 words per minute isn't that impressive.
You're not impressed by it?
No. I'll tell you what I'm impressed with is when I look at my top scores.
Are you typing on the side?
125 words per minute. That was my top score. My average speed, though, is 102 words per minute. 102 words per minute. And my rank on the site is 97.5 percentile. So it's a little bit like it's a little bit swayed because the people who are actually going on Type Racer and ranking themselves. Look at this, we got a donation, $10. He says, found it. Can I get 1% of the yacht? ST Bub, if we end up buying that yacht,
I don't know if I want that one.
$655 yacht.
Well, we can probably find one on
then,
Craigslist for free.
You are welcome to come out to Lake Mead and take a ride on it. I don't know if I'm going to get on it because I don't know if I'm going to trust his $655 boat to be seaworthy.
We should get a tuna boat.
Not even
for the ocean.
ST Bob, thank you very much for the donation. Really appreciate it. Definitely always cheers me up when I see June in that Ewok costume, and I know that we're getting some dono love from the crew. So thank you very much, ST Bob. Really appreciate that. You'll make the fold here with 6-8 off. Bony Fish says, Dutch, if you get King and Queen of Hearts again, you got to bet that big Valentine's Day hand. Yeah.
Do you think we should play a Valentine's Day tournament tomorrow?
That could be kind of fun.
Do they think they have one at Caesars?
Well, we're
I
streaming
don't know,
tomorrow,
though.
right?
We can still play a little bit in the morning. It's in the afternoon. I have to get my teeth cleaned, though.
I wonder if there's a special Valentine's Day tournament online.
That'd be kind of sweet.
It
But
would be
how
kind
would
of-
that work?
That's the thing, is I'm not so sure that you'd be able to play it on the same IP as me.
Yeah.
You'd probably play it on
Rude.
your phone, though. You'd probably get it set
Sad.
up.
Just sad that we can't play on the internet. I think there's one at the Caesars, though. Valentine's poker tournaments.
Okay, so this is why it's a big deal. Is I guess during his confirmation hearings, Mr. Flynn, General Flynn, was talking about who was denying having any sort of conversations with Ambassador Sergei Kislyak. And he repeated that a few times, but he had. So I think that's why what the big deal is all about.
Oh, sorry, June. You hiding back
I
there?
think that's what I'm seeing. Man, New York Times. NewYorkTimes.com. I got to tell you, I'm reading this, and there are a lot of grammar mistakes and typos in this story. I mean, it's like a freshman in high school wrote this thing. Mr. Flynn was an early and ardent supporter of Mr. Trump's candidacy, and in his resignation, he sought to praise the president. He sought to praise the president. It's like, how does this make it through New York Times? Like, don't they have editors? It's the second time in this whole story that that they have a glaring grammar mistake. Mr. Flynn, who served in the job for less than a month, said he had given incomplete information about a telephone call. New York Times. I'm disappointed. Maybe I just need to stick with Washington Post. But I don't know. I mean, they actually have primary sources and stuff, like New York Times. I feel like and they'll get it fixed. Come on, why am I being such a nitpicker about typos?
I don't know. It's the world we live in now. Oh, it's break. That means you got to show us your typing skills. Speaking of typos,
nitpicker. Where did that term come from?
It
anyway,
came from monkeys that nitpicks that pick nits.
Is that right?
No. I just made that up.
Nitpicking is the act of removing nits from the host's hair.
Good
As
guess.
the nits are cemented to individual hairs, they cannot be removed with most lice combs. So nitpicking, it seems like that's kind of important, right?
To nitpick?
Like, if your buddy has some lice in his hair, and you can't get him Get him out of there with like lice comb. So nitpicking is actually like a good thing. Ross the boss.
Okay.
Even more bit
Even
cheers.
more.
You're awesome,
Thanks.
Ross. Thank you so much. Guys, we're going to be right back.
Oh, are you going to do the contest, dude? You're going to do the thing real quick. See how fast. Show us how fast you go.
No. I don't want to do a type racer contest. I need to focus on what's important. Plus, I'm going to get some
3 minutes.
I want to get some tea. I want to just relax for 3 minutes. And I'm going to run an ad in honor of Poker Fun. Guys, make sure to click on that follow button. We don't ask you enough. It really means a lot.
Well, there's
if you
nothing going
can.
on. I mean, an ad's better. Well, okay, Dutch.
And turn off the ad blocker.
Please turn off ad block.
If you don't like ads, subscribe to the stream. You guys are awesome. We'll be right back. Okay, guys, we're back. By the way, we missed a donation from Andy Avalanche. I'm going to try to run it again here.
Did you see it?
No, I don't want to do that. Yeah, it came up.
Did it? It might have been during
SC Bubs.
break.
I don't understand why it didn't run. So I'm going to try to run it again. Let me see if I can. Here it is. We're going to repeat it. You guys ready? Nope.
Oh, damn.
It didn't repeat. I don't know why. It's probably because you used ass in the alert, and it's being it's being.
Oh, it's filtering his
censored.
Message. Okay, say it. Just say what the thing is.
Here is your donation since I feel bad and you keep talking about wanting donations. Now get your ass up to Peppermill and Reno and play me 3-5, fishy boy. So, Andy Avalanche, thank you very much for the $5 donation. And really definitely appreciate it. Maybe if I am in Reno, I will hit you up and we'll play some 3-5 at Peppermill. I don't make it up to Reno that often, though, man. To tell you the truth, it seems to me like it's just a Vegas wannabe. But
I like Reno. Stop it. I love Reno. You're breaking
you?
my heart. Reno's the best place in the world.
She loves Circus up there.
I do.
It's because when she was a little girl, her parents would take her there and leave her in the van.
I was a regular.
While they go and play in the slots. You know those signs that say parents are not to leave children unattended in vehicles? They wrote those signs because of Exmo's parents. It's true.
It is.
It's true.
But I learned a lot. I learned a lot of big words.
Yep. Guys, thanks again also for being a positive community. I was thinking about it on break, and I was like, you know what? We have a lot of really cool people in our channel.
Yeah.
And I feel like our channel is very positive and often puts me in a really good mood. So thank you guys for being here. And thank you for being so positive.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends. Your positive friends.
Tell your friends. Yeah, your positive friends. Tell them all. Watch with the whole family. And your dog.
You know, I'm thinking about putting just a little bit of half and half in this green tea.
You should. Where'd you go? Oh, they moved you.
Yeah, I'm at a different table now with some different people. We got Major Giggles at our table, by the way. He's the fish in the channel. Not the fish, like that's his username.
Oh,
that's his username. The
what
fish with
do you
PH.
Oh,
The PH1.
nice.
So if you're watching Major Giggles, good luck in this thing. We got Throw Me a Bone. Play with him a lot. Flopzilla is also a pretty familiar name. MJ Livingston. Lambinelli. I mean, there's definitely some familiar usernames here. We're still chip leader. There's still only one other player who's above 100,000.
Oh,
so
you are chip leader.
we're doing pretty good. Average is 46,000. We've got almost triple the average stack. Places paid starts out at 20. We're in for 2 rebuys and an add-on instead of 1 rebuy and an add-on. So this is a $40 tournament for us. And first place is $1,085. We got to get second or better before we have the money to buy that yacht that we looked on eBay for $655. And we get to join Bill Perkins Yacht Club, which would be pretty awesome. I mean, that's how we know we made it. That's how we know we made
yacht.
it. Gonna get on the yacht.
June Bow 2.
We're gonna tweet to Doug. We're gonna take pictures of it and say, Doug, jelly on my yacht. That's what we're going to do.
It's funny.
MJ Livingston making the 3,600 raise and pocket pair, pocket fours. I like it. I kind of actually want to look at his notes here. All right, let's just go ahead and make the call here against you, MJ. Check fold.
Good night, Desden. Good night. Happy Valentine's.
Good night, Den Dazen. And you have a nice night. Hopefully we'll see you we'll see you tomorrow or see you
tomorrow we're gonna
we're gonna be streaming tomorrow.
I guess people are gonna I guess that's our date, huh? Are you gonna make me dinner? Are we gonna have
Shoot,
a
maybe we should
candlelight?
take off tomorrow and
No.
actually have a nice dinner. You want to go out? I'll take you
no,
out.
No, I'm not. I gotta stop eating. I gotta stop eating out.
All right.
You can take me to tea, but it's too late to do my tea time in the morning because
I doubt it. I
it's
bet
gonna
we
be
can still
busy.
do it.
It's gonna be busy about Valentine's Day.
It's not going to be busy. Believe it or not, I don't think a lot of guys are planning tea time dates with their girlfriends.
Well,
So
maybe
Major
you
Giggles
should.
making the raise here. I'm kind of tempted to actually peel. Let's do it. King 9 suited, let's peel. Ace Queen 4, not really what I'm looking for. Making the check fold. I say Major Giggles.
So, do you want to do something nice for Valentine's? What do you want to do?
Pizza Rock.
I don't want to go eat pizza.
It's so romantic. So romantic.
I don't want to. I'm trying to not eat any carbs and sugar.
Speaking of carbs and sugar, I think I'm going to go put some... wow, that was a really quick check by Flopzilla. That's so quick that I think that he's setting us up for a little check raise, so I'm going to just make the check back. Yeah, nice hand. I'm going to see this and be right back. 'Cause speaking of carbs and sugar, I'm going to put a little half and half in this green tea.
Oh, shit. I put in mine.
I can't yet. I have to play this hand.
What is that? Sid chip. I don't want to click it.
I'll click it and look at it. Sport Arbitrage Investment Pool.
What?
Welcome to Sport Arb, an investment pool created by Andreas Martin and Ronald Wald. Two experienced traders with over 3 years of experience in betting markets who are now... I wonder if that's 3 years experience individually or 3 years combined experience. Sports arbitrage trading. This practice has existed since the beginning of bookmaking. It entails betting a relatively large sum of money with a return on the investment that can be achieved regardless of the outcome of the event where one is betting.
So I can click it and look at it myself?
I mean, there is such a thing as arbitraging lines. You know, that's something.
Oh, are they going around on the internet trying to find what lines are what? I think that's why they don't have the phones in sportsbook. You're not allowed to use your phone, right?
You can invest in their fund with Bitcoin.
It's a fund, huh?
I guess
Jeez.
one thing I would point out is that they're really if what they're actually doing works, then they don't really need to be taking your money to do it. They can just do it with their own money. So I don't.
They're charging a fee, probably.
You know, they have an example of this, this huge line arbitrage, where they don't really, it's an example that they just kind of made up. Usually, when those line arb opportunities exist, they are very fleeting. And one thing I would also point out is that they also assume that there is zero risk of actually getting paid out, and the problem is that there is a risk that you'll make a bet at an offshore online sports book, and that offshore online sports book won't pay you. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
You have to be, in order to take advantage of it, you have to keep a lot of money on deposit on a lot of different books, and those they're very small margins. They don't last a lot. They don't last a long time. Is it possible, though, that this is not a scam? I mean, yeah, it is. It is. But I would also say that it's not something that I think that Americans would or should take advantage of, because they're going to be betting at places where it's illegal for you to bet sports. So it'd be kind of the equivalent of giving somebody money to place it on a roulette wheel. Vice Chick, it's good to see you again with the cheers.
Yay.
22 cheers, I think, is what we're looking at.
Nice.
So thank you very much for those cheers.
Wow, that cup's getting full, isn't it?
It is. It's
nice
it
and full
is.
cup.
A couple of those actually did.
Maybe
make
we
it
should
through.
see a pie dancer, they think.
A pie dancer.
Yeah.
Not sure what that is.
Oh, got some linkage.
Well, it's okay to test something there, Zoroy.
Oh.
you can definitely test it. I need to go get some half and half for this. Be right back, guys.
I already drank it all.
I just came up with a perfect Valentine's Day date, Michelle. Ex-moi. Perfect Valentine's Day date.
You should cook me dinner.
No,
Is it? Are we back on?
I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. Yeah, we're here.
Oh. No, you make a good dinner. I just don't want any carbs.
I'm going to let you through, MJ Livingston.
Well, I'm saying in market anarchy, I'm saying carbs and sugar in particular because sugar's poison. I'm reading a book about the poisonousness of
See,
sugar.
I like where your head is, Iceman Kiwi. Get that girl all drunk.
No, I don't
Get
drink.
her all sauced up.
I'm mean drunk.
She's a mean drunk. No, perfect Valentine's Day date. John Wick 2.
No.
We should go see John Wick 2 over at the Palms or the Orleans or something. That would be the perfect Valentine's Day date.
we're not gonna. We're gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna get my teeth cleaned, which is awesome. I love getting my teeth cleaned. And we're going to probably struggle to get up in the morning, like we do every morning. And then we're gonna spend like an hour to get ready. Then we're gonna stream. We'll have our Valentine's on Wednesday.
All right.
It's a
manufactured holiday.
yeah, dude. What are we celebrating? Love? We celebrate love every single day.
That's right.
That we're here with you guys. You guys are our Valentines. You guys make it important.
That's right.
We love you guys.
You know what? We have a lot of follows tonight, too. We've got 19 follows tonight, and if you are new to the stream and you haven't clicked on the follow
If you
button...
love us, you'll follow us.
It would be awesome if you click on that follow button. It'd be really cool. I like the idea of getting ex-moi drunk on Valentine's Day. I think that's a good idea.
I'm a good functioning alcoholic.
But it sounds like she doesn't think it's all that good of an idea.
I'm a hustler when I get drunk.
MJ Livingston, nice hand. So he's pulling ahead. Now we are third in chips here. We still have a lot of chips. We're still over double average. Still only 4 people above 100K. Let's go ahead and make this 4,500 raise. Mozilla, good to see you, man.
That's a cute little... What is that little guy?
Which guy?
I'm going to copy him. I don't know what it is. Let's see if I can post it. Did it work for me, too? Did it work? Did I post a little man with a hat? Little spy? I don't think it's immoral, actually.
Of course it's immoral.
I guess. If you, it's a gray.
You make the, it's not gray. It's wrong. You make a bet and you lose, you pay it. Let me tell you something.
I have no comment.
Things there are in the gambling world.
I have no comment.
Ross the boss, look at him. He says, "Cup is too full. Bombs away." Welching on bets is immoral. Welching on bets is immoral.
Hey,
I'm gonna
Master
say that again.
Yoda.
Welching on bets
Master
is
Yoda.
immoral.
Well, I guess, Dutch.
It doesn't matter if your
bets.
bet is with somebody that you can see or somebody that you can't. It doesn't matter if it's an illegal bet. Most prop bets are illegal bets. It's still immoral to welch on a bet.
Poker friends,
stealing.
you can do what you want, but don't tell us.
Yeah, I'm glad that if you could, you do you,
You
man.
be
You do
you,
you.
man.
You feel good about stealing from people, then that's cool. I can't.
I don't know. Die stripper with a pie.
100.
Do I remember
Everyone
that?
make the open. Do you remember the stripper with the pie?
No.
You told this story about the stripper
Oh,
with
the stripper
pie.
with the pie. Oh, the pie. Yeah, no. Okay, yeah, the guy stripper. For some reason I was picturing a chick, dude. I was like, why would was there a chick? No, that was not really a pie. It was more of a whipped cream thing. But
We didn't get a follow, by the way.
Yes, I saw it.
Thank you very much for
I
the
remember.
follow. Is it okay to call out follows? Is that okay? Can we give a shout out to some followers? Or is that like one of those things that you're not supposed to do?
You're not supposed to, yeah.
It's kind of like calling out a lurker.
Yeah. It's not. It's if people want to talk or shout out, they'll talk and chat.
Okay.
To probably scare people away from that.
Ponyfish.
I would be like, I go to people's stream and I don't want them to call me out.
I would probably
That's one of my
unfollow.
fears.
Yeah.
One of my fears about going into people's stream is like somebody calling me out. I don't know why. It's my biggest fear in the world. I wake
Poker
up in
fun.
hot, sweaty nightmares.
What about the 50 Shades of Porn movie out? We still haven't watched the first one.
I haven't watched it either. That's a good question. I was gonna, yeah.
I have
Thinking
no idea what to
about
do
it.
here. So we actually hit the 6. 0 idea. I'm not sure if we're ahead. If we are ahead, then we had Major Giggles drawn to 3 outs. The jack might have been one.
What do you have?
Ace 6.
Oh, ace. Oh, wow. Okay.
So Major Giggles actually had pocket 4s. So I guess maybe we fire out a continuation bet on the turn. I don't know. That's power of position right there. It's really hard to know what to do.
Gosh, I can't forget it. We should get a pie emote.
Mo is better than Steel says John Wick 1 is awful. I loved John Wick 1. I thought that was so good. I thought it was such a good movie. And yeah, I know it's like a little one-sided. They kill his puppy, so he kills like 100 people. But it's just like a fun, campy action movie. I thought it was great. Not sure what to do about it. And I'm glad to hear that John Wick 2 is a great couples movie because that's what my plan is on Valentine's Day. I'm gonna try to work the grill down there into going to see it with me. Ship it. Oh, look at that. We were gonna actually split with Doc 8. What do you got there? Oh, yes.
Oh, I just broke it. Look at that. It just broke off.
It's broken nail.
Here, can I see it? Can I glue it back on, dude?
Do you want to?
Get away, June. Ah.
June's going crazy for these treats. She loves them.
How lame. It just broke. It's like,
You got to get those off.
well, that's not the one I needed off. That's gonna be it.
Here it
Oh,
is.
there it
Do
is.
you want it?
Yeah, I want to glue it back on.
Really? Is that gonna work? Can you just like
Yeah,
glue a
let's
nail
put it
back on?
glued. Valentine's Day is ruined now.
Sorry, honey. See, maybe that's what Sport Arb should do. They should put up their website, and they should be like, what we do is we arbitrage sports bets. We put a big amount of action on both sides, and for the ones we lose, we just charge them back. Arbitrage. Bony Fish asking what the bet welch, and don't worry about it.
It's just about people arbitraging.
Honestly, it just not arbitraging sports lines is not welching.
No, they're talking about the people that are doing the fund. And
Yes.
if the fund failed, then you just charge it back. Basically. Right?
No, that's not what he was saying.
Well, what is he saying? He's betting. Oh, I guess he's betting on an illegal bet site.
That's
and then
right.
when he loses, he charges back.
If he loses.
If he loses.
If he loses.
And if he wins, he cashes out.
Yeah.
That sounds like a common hustle here in Vegas.
That is kind of a common hustle here in
Yeah.
Vegas. A lot of people roam around trying to
that
get
they
people
have
to
a-
bet on their sports book.
Yeah, that.
It's like, why would you need to bet on your why would I want to bet on your sports
Well,
book
because they give them a line. They give them a
when
line.
I can just go down to the Wynn sportsbook and put a sports bet down,
Because they give
and
them
they're like,
credit.
oh well, we'll give you credit. It's like, oh okay, so you mean you won't pay me if I win? Yeah, that's what we mean. Let's go for 5,000. I've had people welch on prop bets with me and slow pay me on prop bets. I still have 20,000 in prop bets right now, 25,000 in prop bets right now. That 5K I'm never going to see, and 20K I'm seeing in like $100 drips, and it's irritating. And I'll probably never get paid on those, and it's frustrating. But like, slow paying a prop bet is much different than just straight up welching on a prop bet.
Well, it's kind of a different. It's like the whole dirty hands things, though.
Yeah. No, what are you talking about?
It's like gray.
No, it's not.
If it's against the law to do it in the first place, dude.
Doesn't matter. Sorry, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Z Roy, by the way, anytime you want to come in here and test and some character
I wouldn't
spamming,
do it.
you
I
come
wouldn't
right
do
in.
it.
You come right in. He just cheered 300 bits.
Oh, thank you.
Really awesome of you. Thank you so much.
That's all right. Hey, no, seriously though. That is good. You can test that's really awesome.
Radio Cleve says, "Who the fuck is speaking ill of John Wick?" John Wick was great. I thought the first John Wick was really
That's
fun.
what they did a second one.
And I'm looking forward to seeing John Wick 2. I'm going to see it in the theaters. I'm going to see it in the theaters with or without you. Are you going to go see it with me? You going to go see it? You don't have to. We don't have to make it a Valentine's Day date. It could just be like a normal day.
If I could charge it back, I would.
That's what we're going to do. We're going to go. We're going to go to like a really nice one of those expensive theaters with like the Lazy Boys. And we're going to charge it back. Free movie. Interesting. Let's go ahead and just check back here on this King Jack
Isn't that
10.
like the big deal about why poker isn't legal here? Is because a woman did do that with her credit card?
Yes. That's
One of the stories.
That's one of the big reasons why Visa and MasterCard cut off funding for online casinos and online poker rooms.
Because people were charging back.
Because it's exactly what would happen. And
How much was it that she charged back?
Something like $75,000. It completely ruined the industry.
That's a huge problem there.
It is.
Yeah.
It really set back poker a long ways. Because it made it so hard to get money in.
Yeah, they had to lie and say they were for golf clubs and
here.
and leather jackets.
And that's a big reason why the whole industry just failed.
Yeah, well, one of them.
So we get through.
Yeah, that's how they get you poker fun. They make you hit a cap. That's exactly what they did. That's exactly what these people in Vegas that try to run around and say they own a sports book, saying they won't give you your money unless you hit a number. Like you hit 1,000, or you hit like whatever. ST Bubs. No, I did my nails for like the first time in like a few years, and my nail broke. Sucked.
Just got a walk, and why not? There's 24 players left. Pays 20. Everyone's kind of looking at their EV calculations here. ICM rearing its ugly head. The ICM monster.
24 left.
That's
wow.
what we need to do. We need to commission an artist to draw an ICM monster.
We should ask somebody in chat to do it. What should the going rate for that be? $20?
I would say it depends on how good the ICM monster looks.
Yeah, a really good ICM monster with shading.
This is what the ICM monster should look like. I'm going to show you guys.
Oh no.
Something like this. This
Well,
is
then
from
you draw
Deviant
it.
Dart. There's a guy named Stickman. That is the ICM monster. Maybe we could just hit up Stickman and say, "Hey, listen,
Say if you can buy it, dude.
what do you think about letting us
Can we use that
letting
as
us buy that
this
as
eyeball?
ICM monster?"
This eyeball? I don't know what you're saying.
You'll see it on the stream.
Yeah. Is it cool?
Yeah. It looks scary.
ICM monster. How did you find it?
I just typed in ICM monster.
An
and
imager?
this came up.
An imager?
In Google. You want me to
Ooh,
actually
that's
give
a
you
cool
the,
monster. This one from Stickman. Is that what it is?
That's the one. That's the ICM monster.
That's the ICM monster, guys. Inkhead monster. That's what that's ICM. It's Inkhead. Touch.
I have him on the stream. He's here. I actually put him right over you.
Oh, good.
ICM monster.
I'm the monster. A man pay. You know what? I'm gonna make a confession about a man pays his debts, guys. No, never mind. I'm not. Did you guys know that after 7 years they can't come after you or sue you for your money? Just if you have debt, credit card debt.
I knew that. Yeah.
Well, I'm telling the stream. Did you guys know that after 7 years, if you don't pay on your credit, and if you don't,
if you have a credit card,
and you don't pay for 7 years and you don't acknowledge it, you can't acknowledge it at all. You can't make any payments at all. You can't acknowledge it, and in 7 years it'll drop off your credit report. Your credit will be as good as new.
I'm gonna have trouble wrapping my head around why that is any different than welching on a friend in a prop bet. It's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around why it's different when Wigmaster 2004 is like a man pays his debts, and then you say, but did you know that you don't have to if it's older than 7 years and it's a credit card, it's a corporation,
and they can't like
I gotta
sue
start
you.
thinking about why this is different.
Depending on the jurisdiction of your state.
That's a tough one.
It
That's
depends.
a tough one.
In Vegas, in Nevada, it's 7 years. I think in Washington State, it's like 5 years. But there's a whole bunch of stuff about it on the internet about credit card debt. So if you haven't been paying for a few years,
I've definitely
keep it up,
forgotten
man.
about credit cards
Keep it up.
that
7 years.
are older than 7 years. I had
8
one on
years.
my credit report for a long time, and then I was like, oh, well, it drops off in April.
they drop off.
Not going to worry about that.
Yeah, you can't acknowledge it
And,
though. The second that
yeah.
you acknowledge it, those letters are like
Reopens the time? Is that what's...
yeah, it reopens the time. Plus, they can add like I think penal interest and stuff. I don't
Hmm.
really know about that though because I never acknowledged them.
Well, I had an old... I still have an old Verizon bill that hit my credit report. I guess I didn't pay for like the last month of Verizon. And so it's like a $165 debt that they've been trying to get from me. And so I mailed them a letter last week. I mailed
you
them a
did? You
letter
mailed
and
them
said...
Verify
Like,
the debt.
no, I didn't say verify the debt. I said I will agree to pay the. You know, I'm not saying that this is a valid debt, but I am agreeing to pay this debt in full if you agree to delete it from my credit report. Mm-hmm. You know, if you agree to that, I'll send you the check and you delete it from my credit report. Mm-hmm. And I got a letter back today saying no, they're not going to delete it. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'm not going to pay you then.
How old is it?
It's 2011. So it's like...
I don't think you should have
9
acknowledged
months.
it. I don't think you should have said that, honestly. That was actually probably a mistake.
What I'm probably going to do now is just keep on sending him letters to verify it over and over and over. Because it irritated me. I'm like, look, I'm willing to work with you guys and actually pay it off. I just don't want you to have this on my credit report for the rest of the year.
I wonder if
You
that
know, and,
kickstarts it. You should look in it before you...
I will. I'll look into it.
Yeah, because you
But
might kickstart
the whole thing
it
irritates
again.
me. I'm like, what do you guys want? You know, I just told you that, like, I'm willing to pay it off if you guys are willing to delete it. Pay the delete letter. And they sent me back this letter saying no. I'm like, wow. Like, you don't want your money? This is a collection agency. It's not with Verizon anymore. It's just a straight-up collection agency.
Well, the collection agency, because that's what happens. So, yeah, it's a
I
lot
mean, they didn't
complicated.
understand what I was saying. You know, like, I don't understand. Like, how can you stay in business if you're not going to take the money that you're trying to collect?
Well, probably because they can't
Yeah, they
promise
probably
you
bought
that
it for like
kind of
3
deal.
or 4 cents on the dollar. So how are they staying in business not
I wonder how many times
accepting
my
the
debt
money?
was sold.
Maybe I just need to call them and say, do you guys understand what I was saying in the letter? I mean, surely
No,
you
you
understand
shouldn't
that,
acknowledge them
right?
at all. I'm surprised that you did that. You shouldn't have acknowledged them at all. I didn't know that you did that, Dutch. I'm actually very disappointed in you. Very disappointed.
No, I'm trying to clear up the credit a little bit, you know, get to the point where I can get a home loan and, you know, grow up. And I was thinking about what Wigmaster said, a man pays his debts, a girl has no name.
Girl has no debt.
A girl has no debt. It's funny.
Yeah, my credit score's like 700, dude.
When's the last time you
I haven't
looked it
checked
up?
it in a while.
Yeah.
Let's just say, if you guys have debt, it's good to like talk to Google the debt things. Mo is better. Yep, it drops off. Mine's off of my credit report.
CMAC 85. Oh my gosh.
And they can't see. I just got a letter today. Asking for money. And I opened it and I was like, look, it's my letter. I keep them. And on the bottom it says in fine print, we can't sue you for this, but you should pay it because it's a nice thing to do.
Look at Ricky
basically.
Rhino. What a troll. So MJ Livingston makes the raise. Ricky Rhino shoves. Before he shoves, he says, GG, GL all.
Aw, he has aces.
I mean, I'm sure he's like a huge nutted hand here. But at the same time, he also is going to get called by MJ Livingston. So
I don't know about a light bill. Maybe. Everything drops off at 7 years, though. Oh, he didn't have shit.
Yeah,
Well, he
didn't.
manifested his destiny there. I don't know about light bills, but mine on the bottom of my bill it says, I have it right here because I just got it today. It says, the law limits how long you can be sued on the debt and how long the debt can appear on your credit report. Due to the age of this debt, we will not sue you for it or report payment or non-payment of it to the credit bureau. So it's not even on my thing. They just want a settlement. So so what happens is that the credit is sold and sold again, and this is like 10 years old, and it's sold and sold again, and in the hopes that that they get some return for this debt. So that's your lesson, class.
it's Baroque. I was just saying that. I was like, I'm gonna have to wrap my head around how it's different. It feels different. It feels different somehow. But I'm gonna have to think about it. Because it probably isn't different.
Poker
right?
fun. That's what I should have did was bought a
probably
fucking
not
bunch
different.
of gold. Because during that time in 2000 and I guess 8, 2007, gold was like $300 or $600 an ounce. Probably like it wasn't very much. Could have bought a bunch of gold. It's funny. But I mean, if you do that, you do have if you do have assets like a house, or I didn't have any assets like a house, they could sue you, and if they sue you, then you're gonna have to
say that
get a judgment.
in certain places they can't do anything to your house.
Oh, really?
If you own a home, they can't they can't put a lien on it. Your primary residence. Poker Fun's also saying they can't even garnish your wages in Texas, which that surprises me.
Yeah, you just gotta stay.
Me.
You just gotta stay in the. But you know, it's for. Oh wow, poor Ricky Rhino. He's upset about it busting out, huh? I see his chat. Aww. Poor guy.
I don't know. Like, if you're Ricky Rhino, how can you really expect not to go broke there? The chances of actually having the best hand with Ace Jack offsuit against MJ Livingston's under the gun open is pretty questionable at best. And even if you do have the best hand, you know, you're still very much at, like, even if MJ Livingston had like a weaker ace and you turned over your Ace Jack and said, please don't call, I have you beat. And he's like, yeah, I've got ace 8. I know you have me beat. He's still getting like 4-1 to make the call. So you're always going to have to fade. Best case scenario is you're only out, you're only going to be out 25% of the time. Worst case scenario is you're out about 75% of the time. But most of the time, like if you start putting in ranges there, I think that ace jack offsuit is not going to be over the 50% mark against MJ Livingston's range. Range. Speaking of range, we saw Doctor Strange the other day.
That was good.
It was pretty good. I was actually really impressed with the movie. I thought it was really good. I'd recommend it. I could kind of relate to his character too. I mean, imagining if I got into a car accident and had my hands crushed, and it's like my hands are my livelihood, my raising hands. How am I going to do chip tricks? So I could kind of feel for him. I could kind of understand what he was going through. Let's go ahead and make the call here. 3.5 to 1, 4 to 1, getting 4 to 1 on the worst hand. But it's suited. Wow, look at that. We have the best hand. We're ahead of Ace King. We're ahead of Ace Queen. You're done for real, making the call. We'll just make the check, see what he does. No, we're not ahead of nines. Nice hand. Pocket eight's pretty good. Pretty good. We're going to 3-bet. I say in there, throw me a bone. So that dude Zoot, I like where your head's at. He says the difference between welching on a bet and a credit card is the potential for a bet to profit you, IMO. But that dude Zoot, if you read what like Poker Phone was saying, spending $150,000 in credit cards on gold and then not paying them for 7 years, that's pretty much the same thing, isn't it? Isn't it the same thing? Feels the same. So Bullet Susie making a re-raise here. We're getting 4 to 1 to make the call. Let's make the call. Hit a 7. Check back. Hit a club. Make the call. Hit another 7.
It's a nice hand. Nice card.
And pot size bet it.
Touch wants all the money. Oh, that's funny.
Nice fold, Bullet Susie.
You think Bullet Susie had an ace?
You know what? I don't. I think Bullet Susie had like kings or jacks there. And I think that Bullet Susie was really upset to see the ace flop. That's what I think. So back to chip leader, and I think that we just, I think we hit the money.
Nice job, Dutch.
Yeah, Bullet Susie was the last one out. Believe that we are now in the money.
Credit card debt's pretty interesting, guys. I don't want you guys to run up a whole bunch of debt, though, and not pay it for 7 years. I'm not encouraging that. But,
okay, by the way,
when I did it,
I don't know anything about that whole story about that dude, by the way.
Which dude?
Neil Strike.
What happened to Neil? What's the story?
I don't have anything worthwhile to add.
What's the story about?
It's on a guy named William Elliott's poker blog. He has a bunch of pictures of this guy named Neil Strike, who I don't know.
Is he just calling him out?
Yeah, too long didn't read. Neil Strike, a poker player from Newcastle, is a thief, a liar, a grimmer, and a con man. In 2016, he stole over 160,000 pounds from 20 UK poker players. Below is how he stole from me. I just don't understand how people put themselves in a situation to lose money like that to poker players. I really don't. You know, I can count on one finger the times I've ever asked another poker player for any sort of loan money, and it was only because I left the ATM card at home for a buy-in. That was the only reason, and I had paid him back like the very next day. One time in my whole poker career. I don't understand how people can feel comfortable asking poker players that they know for money. It's just. And then to actually like agree to a loan to a poker player just seems like where's the EV in that? You know, the one time was with Tapin. Tapin loaned me a few $100s for a week, and you know, like it's a guy I had known for 10 years. He's met my family. I know his family. You know, he knows where I live. He knows I'm not going anywhere, and. You know, the general rule is that you don't lend money to anybody that you wouldn't feel comfortable borrowing money from. And if you borrow money, then you're going to have to eventually feel comfortable lending money too. So I felt very comfortable borrowing money from Tapin because he had borrowed money from me, and we had known each other and been on the road together. And he's one of my best friends in life, not even just in poker. Pretty few and far between, man. Like I just don't understand how it happens.
How people lose that much money?
Yeah.
Well, people vouch for people, you know. They vouch and they vouch and they vouch, and they can't vouch no more. And then
I guess
they have kind of like a credit line with their people. I don't really know the story though. But yeah, back to what I was saying about my credit card debt. Mine just happened to be during a time where the housing market was crashing back in 2008, and there was just no money in the market. So it wasn't like I would have purposely left it if I could pay it.
10,000. This guy gave him 10,000 pounds. Ugh.
Just gave it to him?
Yeah. Just gave it to him.
You reading it right now?
I mean, it's the way that he was able to get so much money out of the poker community up there was because he was offering him a really insane interest. He's going to give him 20% back.
Oh, well, shit.
I'd gladly take $5K and stick a K on top. Total shot in the dark.
So people think it's really like easy money.
And I will give you $1,000 more than what you loan me. Let me tell you something. If someone's going to give you 20% return on a short-term loan, they're going to rip you off.
Yeah,
if somebody is going to give you a 20% return on a short-term loan, they are going to rip you off. Take it to the bank. You are not going to see that money back. And this is usually how people get ripped off in poker, is they're trying to get over on the guy. You know, they know that the guy's in a bad spot. They think that he's trustworthy, so they're going to get over on him by charging him an amount that would actually be illegal in a lot of states. Usury laws are going to keep you from doing that. If you are in, here's the thing: if you need a loan from a friend, or a friend needs a loan from you, you don't charge them interest. Friends don't charge each other vig on a loan. You know who does that? Check cashing places, check cashing centers. Go tell them to go to a check cashing place. Get a title loan on your car.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know, like I'm not trying to make money loaning to people. Jeez.
Well, that's how the loan world works. There's A paper, B paper, and C paper, and he just happens to be
there's D paper, which stands for degenerate gambler paper.
No, but he's like a D paper person. I mean.
So let me tell you something.
That's why D paper has like high interest too.
His name is William Elliott.
You shouldn't call him out though.
Do I feel sorry for this guy for getting ripped off by Neil Strike? Yeah, a little bit. I do. I feel a little bit sorry for him. I don't think that anyone has it coming. You know, I don't like seeing victims of any sort of.
Well, it was a very
scam.
expensive lesson. You know.
Yeah, but. You know, I also think that it's pretty stupid to think that you're going to be able to just loan that much money to a person and get it back.
But
the only way that you're going to get it back is if is if you actually have a tight enough relationship with them that you can go talk to their father. You can go talk to their mom and say, listen, do you know what your son just did to me? I've known you and your family for 30 years. Do you know what he just did? You know, then maybe you're going to get it back.
Do you think it's okay to give a loan if I say that if you give me $100, I'll give you 120 back?
No.
You don't think that's a good? You don't think you would do that for $100?
No. Just set
Can
me
I
up for a
have
long
$100?
con. That's all you're doing right now. You just set me up for a long con. You're gonna give me
All this
120
time.
back, and then you're gonna ask for 500, and you're gonna give me 600 back, and then you're gonna ask me 1,000, give me 1,100 back, and the next thing I know, she's out the door with everything. 2,000. $2,000. She's out the door with everything. Oh my gosh.
No, it really sucks for that guy, though. I mean,
It does. It sucks for him for sure.
that sucks. So wait, what was the total money? He got $100,000.
$10K, and he got $160,000 from 20 UK poker players.
So
They know
is
him.
he a well-known poker player in the UK or something?
I guess I didn't know him. I've never seen this guy before.
I don't know if we're gonna do the Twitch Poker League. Maybe. I don't know. Dutch. We have to find a new software for it, right? If anything.
Yeah.
I want to do it. I want to do just one for fun.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to do it or not. You know, one thing I will tell you, though, guys, is there is a right and a wrong way to collect debt like this. And calling somebody out on a WordPress blog is not the right way to do it. I appreciate that this guy, William, is looking out for the poker community at large, letting people know not to lend money to Neil and acting as a cautionary tale. But this guy, Neil, this could actually really backfire because there are some, there's pretty strict unlawful attempt to collect debt laws out there where if what they're trying to do is just ruin your reputation among the poker community, Neil could end up suing this guy for blowing him up. You got to be careful with that kind of stuff. Every time I see Justin Bonomo going off on Will Givens, for example, and I think there is a way to collect this. There's a legitimate way, a small claims court or an actual lawsuit. If it's a legitimate debt, take him. But trying him in the court of public opinion, hoping to get a positive resolution. I'll tell you, by the time I guess it hits the court of public opinion, you've already written it off as a loss. You're like, this is never going to get paid back. So the only real recourse I have at this point is to ruin his reputation a little bit. I feel for these guys because I've been in the same spot. I've been in the same situation where I felt ripped off and wronged by a well-known poker player, and there was nothing I could do about it except call him out on Twitter. And you know what happened?
Nothing. That doesn't help either.
Nothing.
I mean, they're probably
Didn't
never going to
happen.
get the money back
Nothing
unless
happened.
they should have just took him to. You know what? They needed to write a little contract and take him to court. I had an ex-boyfriend borrow money from me once, and I charged him an insane amount of usury. And I made him write a fucking contract, and I made him sign it.
Smart girl.
We're going to court tomorrow. No, whatever. I don't remember if he paid me. I think he did. It's been so long.
So I was looking at the Real Grinders forum on Facebook the other day, and someone was asking the forum. They're playing a 1-3 game. They raised with Ace Queen offsuit under the gun. No, it's not a cash game. It's actually a tournament. Okay, so they raise in a tournament with the antes are in. They have Ace Queen offsuit, not suited, offsuit under the gun, and they raise with it. And they get 3-bet, and they're asking the forum what to do. And a pretty big chunk of people, like 20% of the people who responded in that thread, said, "What are you doing raising with Ace Queen offsuit under the gun in a tournament?" That's a fold. That's a clear fold. You shouldn't be raising with ace queen offsuit under the gun in a tournament. And I really had to scratch my head, and I was like, man, things like that makes me want, when I see a significant chunk of the responders saying don't raise with ace queen offsuit,
Why
just
not?
fold.
You can just raise if
Pre-flop.
you wanted.
Don't ever, you shouldn't
How
even
many
be
are
in
in
the
the pot?
9. It's a 9-handed.
And it's right under the gun?
You're under the gun with ace queen offsuit
Well, it's
in a
kind of like
multi-table tournament.
it's kind of like a semi bluff too, right? You're trying to see if people have weaker. It's just a position.
Every hand you have pre-flop is by definition a semi-bluff.
Sure, because you have to see the flop.
You don't. You're never 100% favorite when you're pre-flop.
But what you don't want to do there is limp.
Let me tell you something. I think that limping in that spot is better than folding in that spot. If someone's folding with ace queen offsuit under the gun, then don't even show up for the tournament.
Yeah, well, that's a weird thing to say. I mean,
put your money in city bonds. I couldn't believe the amount of people who were like, "Oh no, it's a fold. You shouldn't even play that hand. It's a fold." Wow. Interesting. So Merlot makes a min raise. We got Doc 8 Ox now just shoving, and we actually have a pretty decent hand here with the ace queen offsuit. But it starts kind of shrinking up to
Seattle Pro's here.
to a 24x.
We need to ask him about the spies.
3-bet.
Seattle Pro, we've been waiting for you.
We have been waiting for you, Seattle Pro. It's great to see you. Privyet. And we need to know what are the dirts? What's the dirt that Russia has on Flynn? What is the dirt? We know you have the inside scoop. It's good to see you, though. I hope that everything's good. Every once in a while, I'll be going through my Facebook feed, and I'll see a little picture of little Seattle Pro. And I'm like, aww. Always cheers me up. I'm going to make the fold here, too. Patting my back on the fold. Hottest skate. Pretty optimistic there with the pocket twos. And I understand where you're coming from. You're like, well, he probably has ace king. Even if he has ace king, you're not a big favorite. You're not a big favorite over anything. You're either a very, very small sliver of a favorite or a huge dog. And you start popping that into the PIO solver, and it starts looking pretty bad. Put that into your poker stove and smoke it. Guys, we're going to be right back in 4 minutes and 28 seconds. We are second in chips with 2 tables left. We are in the money. ITM hype on wsop.com. We're about to win that boat money. $1,085 up top for first, $643 for second. And I'm sick as a dog. But it's going to be a long, long run. We'll be back in 4 minutes, guys. Make sure to click on that follow button, by the way. Do you think they should follow Michelle? She's not listening to me.
Do I think I should what?
We'll be right back in 3 minutes and 55
Why no,
seconds.
I'm looking at this investment thing.
Okay, guys, we're back. Thanks for still being here. We are 17 players left in this thing. MJ Livingston making an early position open. And you know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and see a flop here on the button with a 6-5 suited. We got hottest skate all in here, so we'll kind of keep everybody honest. Not the flop we're looking for. Jay Livingston firing out 8K into a 13. Is it 13K side pot? Yeah, I think so. Nice hand. So Sid Chip says he won't be able to play live or get staked anymore. I think you'd be surprised. I think that this guy will be able to continue to survive and get, play live and get staked. I think that I am constantly surprised when I look at when I look at somebody who is staking a known scammer in poker or lending money to a lone scammer.
It happens all the time, actually.
And there's always going to be a mark.
And usually, if the scammer knows what he's doing, he probably doesn't have a Facebook or a Twitter, and he doesn't have a presence. If he does it often, right?
Yeah.
He just isn't out there like that. I don't know.
So Mozilla holding up. I don't know if I really love the shove there with the jacks, because you're never really getting through. So it's definitely going to be one of those spots where you're going to have to fade, and I think that you're probably better off just making the call and seeing a flop and playing with what probably started out as the best hand and hoping that it remains the best hand post, because you have the kind of stack where if the flop comes out really bad with your jacks, you can still have like 9.5 big blinds to make an open shove, and you're still fine. The problem with making the shove there is that you're never going to be able to get through both of us, and you're really putting yourself at risk a pretty good chunk of the time to get knocked out. I like the shove if you had more chips. If you had like 60,000 chips, I think that it's a great shove. But with the 10 bigs and the caller from Doe rules, you just have zero fold equity. So I don't know. I mean, if you can get overcards to fold and Doe rules, if Doe rules has a smaller pair and he calls, then you're loving the spot. But that's a pretty small branch on that possibility tree. I actually think the fold here, even though I think usually it would be a raise. We're kind of at the point where there's zero difference between the next six players who drop. Oh no, that's not true. There's actually a pretty big jump from 16th to 15th. That's kind of new. I mean, usually I thought that I think that usually in these things there's not that jump. So I guess we'll play a little bit more aggro at this stage than we normally would. Normally, I feel like there's traditionally been the zero money jump between 20 and 10. Interesting. That dude Zoot. Oh, those are great cheers. Muxy5. Thank you very much for the cheers.
Aww,
getting the purple badge.
Those are little pokies. Aren't they little pokies?
I'm not sure what that is.
I don't know what it is, but it's very cute.
But I love them. Thank you very much.
Speaking of pokies, we kind of lost interest in our Pokemon hunt.
Yeah, we're not the only ones. MJ Livingston, man, he's been so aggro. We're going to go ahead and look him up here. Not the flop we're looking for. Four clubs. 10 of hearts. John Blaze, good to see you, man. Always a pleasure to have you here. So down to 15. So now there really is no difference between 15th and 10th. And at that point, everyone kind of goes crazy. It's going to be a bloodbath for a little bit. It looks like a Poker Joker 2 was our 16th place finisher. I'm kind of glad I'm not going to have to worry about him in the final table. Butters is still kicking and going strong. Mozilla is still kicking and going strong. Butters is cool. I miss him on Twitch. I see him every once
Do
in
you
a while.
think he's
in
ever
a
going to
tournament.
start streaming again? Or do you think he's done?
I think he's done.
Done.
I think he's done. I don't think he's going to come back and stream. I think that Butters is...
Well, it's a grind. He was streaming a lot of tables, dude.
He
like,
was. He was
wasn't he
doing
like
well,
playing
though.
like 5 tables
You know,
or something
he-
crazy like that?
Yeah.
Like he was just playing a bunch of tables. Pat outs.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and make the raise here. Oh, wow, look. So Merlot making the shove. I don't know what to do with ace-8 suited. It's kind of on the line. Guess we get to find out if our ace-8 suited was good or not. Wow, Mozilla, this actually might not be a bad spot for the squeeze. Okay, so ace-9 of hearts. We got the pocket 7s. Looks like Merlot's 7s are going to hold up. Nice hand.
And there's 15 left still.
Yep.
You're second in chips.
Yep. We're doing pretty good.
Merlot's short. Well, yeah, he's still the short stack.
Merlot is?
Yeah.
That kind of surprises me because
is.
he's not really that short.
Yeah.
You know,
Means
10 big
everybody's
blinds,
pretty
that's actually
even.
a pretty healthy stack.
Yep.
But it's not healthy.
Dumb for real. Second to the last. You're dumb for
You know,
real.
for real.
You are dumb for real.
It's not really a nice username.
You are
is
dumb
it?
B for real. Dough rules makes me hungry for cookies.
Way too much to shove there. Did we just lose somebody? We must have just lost somebody, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
They moved
6,
you.
7. Because why would they?
Yeah, they did. They just lost short stack. No, yeah, 14 now.
All right.
They moved ya.
Like, why would they move me if? I
Oh,
lose somebody?
D Freshness 14 just subscribed with Twitch Prime. You are awesome. Thank you, dude, for the sub.
The freshness. Thank you very much for subbing. Really appreciate you supporting the stream, man. It really means a lot. Keeps us going. Definitely makes our night. Guys, let's get some fist bumps for D Freshness 14, who threw that Twitch Prime sub our way, and it really means a lot. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much.
And we're
You guys should all follow his good example and subscribe to the stream. If it's worth your time,
Especially if you have Prime.
Then maybe throw a sub that way. It definitely makes a difference. Definitely makes a big difference. Really appreciate it, man. Make the fold here.
Do. What are you typing there? You're typing really fast. Typing me a love letter? Is that a love letter you're typing over there? For Valentine's? Guess not. Just a note.
Yep. Happy Valentine's Day.
It's not Valentine's yet. We have 1 hour left.
No, I was tweeting
Maybe we can go
for business, making the 3x here.
for business.
Sitting
There
with
you
Jack
go.
8 of hearts, getting 2.5 to 1 to make the call. What? Look at you, Phoenix. 3 betting for business. And Mo is better than Steel asking, what was Butters' Twitch name?
Butters.
Butters Poker,
Yeah.
I think is what it was.
Buttered. Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, no kidding. He's streaming right now.
Oh, is he?
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just trolling.
Such a troll. Oh my god. I'm going to
I'm
throw something at
sorry.
you. How dare you?
I know.
How dare you troll me?
I know.
No, it's funny. We can watch him.
He still has his 2015 Summer Tournament action document up.
Well, wow, it's been that long, huh?
That's a pretty good flop for 8-9 of clubs. Pretty good pot size, too, to make a check, raise, shove here. So if Butters fires out like 30,000, 20,000...
He's probably watching your stream.
Well, we're in pretty good shape here with all the outs. It's not one of them. Nice hand, Butters. Nice hold. So we had 12 outs twice on that flop. I mean, it was pretty much the dream flop, plus the weird backdoor flushes. So even if we know he's got pocket kings, I'm still fine with it. Just sucks that it went his way and not ours. Nice hand there, Butters. Of course he has pocket kings. He's one of the tightest players on the site.
Yeah,
he still gets paid off.
That was pretty interesting. But I didn't see what you had there.
I mean, it's like, it amazes me sometimes how tight he is, and people still just pay him off. Like his squeeze pre-flop was not the kind of squeeze that he's squeezing with like an ace king or an ace queen, or like sweetening the pot with like jack 10 of hearts. It's the kind of, you have to call this because it's not enough to make the fold. And yeah, it wasn't. It was not enough to make the fold. So on a jack 7-2 flop, jack of clubs, 7 of diamonds, 2 of clubs.
Well, yeah, he's going to call because he probably knows that you're on some kind of draw.
And we have the 9-8. Jack of clubs, 7 of diamonds, 2 of clubs. It is 47.78% for us, 52.22% for him. So, about as close to a coin flip as you can get in poker. Add a little bit of fold equity in case he has those overcards. I'm like, all right. Forbiddenness making the min raise, and we're sitting here with an ace-9 off and 15 big. So let's make the shove. Let's make the shove and see if we can get through. If he calls, hopefully ace-9 off is actually ahead. Gonna need some help. That's gonna do it, guys.
Aww.
14th got pretty close. Lost 2 big coin flips in a row. Both of them were for pretty substantial pots. 13th place. Thank you for playing this tournament. Would you like to watch tournament's hand history? Stop asking me that. WSOP, please stop asking me that. Fix the message. A little bit of a letdown, honestly. I was really hoping to be able to make enough money to buy a yacht tonight. Instead, we made enough money to just enter this tournament a couple more times. But you know what? It was a fun stream. I had a good time. I feel like we played pretty good. We got into a position to go ahead and take all the money down, which is always fun. And it's been really cool hanging out with you guys. So thank you very much for hanging out with us. And happy Valentine's Day tomorrow. We should be streaming tomorrow, right? I think we're going to stream tomorrow.
Yeah, we're streaming tomorrow at 7.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, and
So
thanks
I'm looking
for
forward
the
to it.
new subs, guys. And remember to follow this
Big
stream.
shout out to all of our new subs. You guys have been the best.
Sorry, Dutch, that it didn't work out for you. I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know what you could have done differently there.
well, I guess what we do differently is just call against Butters with the 9-8 of clubs and the and then
Just
we
kinda
don't have to
see.
really.
I don't really know why you went all. I don't really know why you made it so much.
Well, because we knew that we weren't behind, and there was a chance that he would fold. That's why.
But is there a chance that he would fold, though? I mean,
Yeah,
he called you pretty quick.
I got to give him credit for having more than just 2 hands in his range there. I'm going to have to give him credit for having, overcards, sometimes pocket 10s or 9s.
What about the shove, though? The ace?
The ace 9 offsuit
You
shove.
probably didn't need to shove there.
Michelle, we are the player we are because of the moves we make.
That's right.
And I'm not going to go ahead and second guess whether the 3-bet shove was wrong or not. We had 15 bigs, and that's the spot you're looking for, is a weak opener who might fold. And when he calls, you're just hoping that you're not dominated. We weren't dominated. We did have fold equity. And I'm not going to, I'm not going to look at either one of those moves and say it was a mistake. I think that both of those moves were fine. They just didn't work out. And that's how poker works, is sometimes you can do everything right and still fail. That's how poker works. It's just like life.
Life.
Yeah, it just wasn't our night tonight.
Well, just don't be a believer, Dutch. Don't believe don't believe
sucks.
just to believe. Just don't believe just to believe.
But I'm not too...
It's okay to analyze your play there.
Well, I'm analyzing it. I analyzed it and I said I don't feel like we made a mistake in either spot. And it just didn't work out.
Okay.
And it's irritating
enough.
that I'm sitting here watching Butters now make money while I'm walking away with $76. That's irritating. It's getting more irritating by the day, by the second. It's getting more irritating by the second. This is salt. I'm feeling salt.
Yeah,
Michelle's not helping with the salt.
You need to shake it off.
I was actually doing really good. I was doing good shaking it off, and then you're like, well, maybe you shouldn't have shoved. Fuck! Guys, thank you so much for being here.
You know what? Maybe you shouldn't have. I don't really understand that play.
Yeah.
That line.
Well,
I just heard a little punt. That's all I heard.
It wasn't a punt.
That's what I heard, though.
It wasn't a punt.
That's what I heard, though.
What you're mistaken? What you heard was the sound of a coin flip.
No, I didn't
and me going heads.
I didn't hear ting.
Tails.
But seriously, though, happy Valentine's Day.
Let me ask you this, Michelle. What do you think the chances of losing both of those flips are?
Yeah, I don't really know.
25%.
Okay.
That's the answer. The 75% of the time, we are still in this tournament with a big chunk of chips, and that's just the times when we have to flip. There is fold equity there. We do have a chance of being able to pick the pots up, and they're pretty significant at this point.
It just didn't work out.
So yeah, it just didn't work out, and it sucks. But you know what? We made money in the tournament. We got an ROI of triple digits, and it's not what we're looking for, and it irritates me. But we're gonna be back tomorrow for more. That's how it works. Is like you get close, and sometimes you cash, sometimes you make money, sometimes you make a final table. It never feels good unless you actually win.
Well, okay.
And it sucks because I feel like we were close to winning. But we were never really that close. I mean, average right now is 151,000 with 13 players left, which means that there's almost 2 million in play, and the most we ever had was like 220,000. So we never had more than like a 9% chance of winning this thing. But it feels like we had like a 50% chance of winning this.
I think you had an 80% chance of winning, and then you challenged, you let your ego take. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Hey, you know what? It happens, man.
I'm about to lose my shit here. So I'm going to go ahead and shut the stream down.
No, wait. Before you do it, I have to say that Love Letter is a good game, Iceman Kiwi. It's one of the best games ever. It's such a fun game.
He's
Love
not talking about the game Love Letter. He's talking about an actual love
letter.
letter.
I got
a real love letter.
I just glanced at. Oh, you should get her. You should get her the game Love Letter. That's a good game for any of you guys playing in group. That's a really good game, Love Letter.
Yeah, it was.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You can play, but it has to be played with more than 2 people, so it's not really good for like. Right.
It's not good for couples. It's good for swingers, I guess.
Can you play? Is it a 2-player game?
No.
Yeah, you have to have more players, right?
You have to have more than 2.
Yeah, because you're challenging each other's cards, right? But that's a good game, guys. So that's a good Valentine's game, guys.
Poker, man. Poker's such pain management. It hurts every time. I felt the same way yesterday when we got 23rd in the fucking Venetian, where it's like, okay, there's $81,000 up top, or how do you feel about 3,000, Dutch? It's like, God damn it, and you know what happened? And so I'm sitting there. I make the I make the raise under the gun with Ace King because I've got like 15 bigs, and I'm like, you know what? If I make the raise here, one of these donkeys at this table who's sitting here with like 14 or 13 big blinds or 16 big blinds is gonna 3-bet shove me with a weaker ace. or some stupid hand where I'm dominating him, and I'm going to be able to snap call him and get the double up as a 3.5 to 1 favorite. And sure enough, all in. I'm like, music to my ears, man.
And you called him right away? You like snap called?
He turns over. He doesn't have ace queen. He has queen 10, thinking that he'd be able to get through me. And I'm like, okay, here we go.
What did he have? Ace 10?
He had queen 10.
Queen 10.
And it comes queen, queen, queen on the flop. Fucking quads on the flop. And that irritated me. But then what even irritated me more was when he looks at the flop and he goes, wow. he goes like this. He goes, wow. He looks like be dead in the eye like that. Amazing. And I'm like, isn't it? Isn't it just amazing, dude? That's just so amazing for both of us. Both of us are having this just amazing feeling that the whole universe is just locking into place for us right now.
He fucked you real good.
It's just like a nice breath of like, it's just like a kiss from the poker gods, isn't it? Isn't that just like how that feels?
You should have asked him to buy you a drink.
Kiss my ass, dude. Amazing.
You should have asked him to buy you a drink.
I should have said, you want to swap 10% right now? Amazing. Fucking
funny.
Joke, dude.
We should play Hearthstone right now. You can teach me how to do. We'll do Arena.
I'm done.
Come
I'm done with
on.
the stream. No, listen.
I want to play Arena though. I want to learn how to play Arena, and I think that's kind of a fun thing, and it's kind of a cool. It's gonna be you can show me your way of winning.
If you want to stream it, you can stream it on your channel.
No, I want to watch it. That's gonna take a minute. Let's just get it on.
Oh my gosh.
You love Hearthstone.
Okay, guys, we're gonna load back up the stream for a Hearthstone stream. No delay. You guys are awesome. We'll be right back as soon as the stream goes down.